Yo-hooo!
Hello!
Hello! Welcome!
Hello.
Welcome to today's Azure One summary. ¡Yay! Bienvenidos al resumen de Azure One. Vamos a estar hablando en inglés como las otras veces, pero aquí estamos una vez más. Here we are once again to tell you about our D&D campaign. So, what happened last time?
Introducing.
Yeah, let's introduce ourselves once again. Well, you already all know me, but go ahead
For the third time.
for the third time.
I am the great
Bro.
one.
And I am Cirno, and I work as a DM for this campaign.
Yeah,
I'm the party's cleric.
did. So, Azure One. We've been 2 weeks without summaries. We were just at a very interesting part.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had to
Oh,
take
no,
care
no.
of some things.
Don't worry, things happened and we did other things, but we are finally here. And for just as a reminder from last time, so what happened last time? Last time we told you all about how we got to this island full of very shady people and suspicious people and people who wanted to kill us and robots. Yeah.
And a big rat who makes all the rules.
That makes all the rules. Indeed.
What else? Oh yeah, handsome detectives.
Yeah, there's also detective.
Yeah, fairly handsome detectives.
You're so proud of your handsome detective.
I mean, he's a bit of a douche, but yeah.
All your characters are a bit of a douche. You don't know how to make them if they're not douches.
I do have, like, innocent characters.
Yeah,
Come
a few
on.
of them. You
Say-
can count them with your hands. With one of your
Say
hands,
5.
probably.
Say 5.
5 of them.
Like major NPCs or minor?
Yeah, major
Yeah.
NPCs that
Major
are
NPCs.
nice.
Okay, major NPCs. Yuichi.
Okay, Yoichi is
No,
nice.
Yuichi doesn't count. He's gonna be the bad guy, I'm sure.
Okay, but I'm gonna count it anyway.
God damn it.
Shooten is good.
Well,
Shoot.
about
How
that.
is Shutan? I mean, she's not a douche.
She's not. She was, but she's not.
But you had to go to Shuten.
Yeah, you're
Kokusho.
No? What the hell, Cirno?
She's not a douche.
What the hell?
She's never
But
taunted
she's
you.
a bad guy. Why are you
Is she
just mentioning the bad guys?
Buffy's not a douche.
About
She's
that.
very violent, though.
She kinda
Well,
is a bit.
See,
of a
you don't
douche.
have any pure characters. Well, there's Seimei, but
It's just
Same,
she's
Seimei.
the only one. She's the only one who's like a pure cinnamon roll. But
Akari.
anyway,
Akari is an assassin. She likes to kill people for fun.
Not fun, work and money.
yeah,
And
of course, and fun as well. She has fun, so it's kind
that's
of
just
for
a secondary
fun.
effect. That's just a secondary effect.
Anyways,
with the work.
we have mentioned a lot of characters who still haven't shown up in the story. So, what happened last time? We made a deal with our new best friend, this guy called Maximilian. And after that,
Who, if I
we
can say, is a douche.
He's
well,
not.
anyways, we made a deal with him, and we decided to help him bring revolution to the island.
Yes.
Revolution! Because
Not the first time you're gonna try that, though.
indeed not the first time. So we're gonna bring revolution to Alexandria, and the plan was to infiltrate the big houses that control the island so we could destroy them from inside. We wanted to infiltrate the most important of these houses, the house Canis. So we participated in the fair, and we won the 3 days of the first festivities. There were some contests and things, and since we won, we were able to get permission to work for the houses in some way or another. So yeah, basically what happened. The first day there was a race in which four of us participated, and Sasha and Heian won. So they got 2 keys to enter the mansion. Well, the mansion, it was still a mansion. It's the mansion garden. Anyways, the actual this Canis house is floating in a ring in the sky, so we need some special keys for a teleporter if we want to infiltrate. But anyways, first day we won. Second day we fought some monsters and we also won. And the third day, which is where we ended the stream last time, it was an invention contest, and we showed them the first chocolatier drone in all of Fantagrande, and we won.
Name is Paquito. And
Name
you
is
know, if
Paquito.
you're English speaker, you don't get the joke. It's just a reference to a song that's called Paquito the Chocolate Maker.
Yeah. Paquito the chocolate maker. Little Paco the chocolate.
Little Paco the Chocolate Maker.
I mean, if there's
Exactly.
a Paquito, it means there is a pack.
A
A
Paco.
pack.
The big Paco. And also I'm gonna change the music. Because soon we gotta start planning for the infiltration. Chan chan chan. So we start with some big things. Infiltration plan time. We had to make an actual plan. Actually, it was me who started the document, just writing the entirety of the plan and asking the others to collaborate. And I just, please guys, we need to make a plan.
And this happens every time.
It
Like-
happens every time.
I mean, I did a plan once. It wasn't as organized or so well thought, but it was a plan. But Yomi here, she's an obsessed about details.
I mean, I'm really picky with details, so that's good in the end.
Yeah.
So she worked really hard. We will be that if it wasn't for her. We love you.
Thank you. It's fine, I'm dead anyway, so didn't work for me. But still I'm glad it helped in D&D. And I know if I should like lower the music, maybe a little bit. Pum, pum. So we made a detailed plan to infiltrate the Canis house with the keys we had. We had 2 goals. The main goal was to get the tools to produce dark essence, which were in the laboratories. So some of us were gonna have to infiltrate the laboratories, and some others, they would infiltrate the mansion and find the head of the Canis house, woman named Ashley Canis, who hadn't been seen for like 80 years or so because she was sick and something like that. And well, they would stay keeping watch at the Shinryu because she's a big changas and she's very strong. So she would just stay at the ship keeping watch so no one could do anything to our precious ship.
I mean, not like she doesn't know how to pilot it, so she was not gonna like take off or anything.
Yeah, well, we trusted her at this point, even after all that happened. Well, some of the crew maybe didn't trust her that much, but I did. Mayo did. Mayo trust her, so.
Well,
And of course,
actually,
Heian
didn't.
trust her. Yeah.
Yeah. Dual didn't choose her.
Anyway, she's from here on. She became our friend. She's our friend now. So, anyways, what?
I think she hasn't had like. She's friends with Mayo.
Yeah, she's
Let's
friends with
say that.
Mayo. Yeah. So, what would the plan be? We had multiple keys. Dual and gaseous keys were for the laboratories, and they worked in a bit of a special way. They would deactivate after the appointed hour in which they would be called to the laboratory if they wanted to go there, because the candidates were gonna offer them a special contract to work for the laboratories, in which they would have to work there for 2 years without being able to go outside from the laboratories for 2 years. So it was do you accept or do you not accept? Like, if you accept, come here at this hour, but if you don't, you aren't gonna have any other chance. And
The payment was really good.
yeah, the payment was really good, but still, we never got that payment anyway. But, well, we got better things. We got the friends we made along the way.
How do you dare to say that?
Yes.
Anyways, the plan would start like at 10 a.m., in which Gaston Dual would go to the laboratories. They would go as if they had like accepted the job. They would scout the area, like see what the laboratories are like, to check them out and have an idea of how the laboratories are organized. And of course they would have to locate the Dark Essence tools. Hello, Arby! Welcome! Yo-hooo!
Hello, hello.
We're about to get to the infiltration plan. Ta-ta-ta! And
This
so,
was very high.
yeah, this was a very high moment. We were super excited for the infiltration. Actually, I have to be honest. This part of the story is one of my favorite parts of the campaign.
Ooh.
It's
There's-
my heaven's part.
It's your heaven's world.
It's your heavens.
But it's a very scene specific of this part that I don't like to accept that that's one of my favorite scenes, but it is. When you'll see. Yeah. God, it was so hype. I hate it. But anyways, the infiltration plan. Dual and Gasho would infiltrate first. They would check out the laboratories and try to find the Dark Essence tools. And meanwhile, 2 hours later, like at 12 or so, the mansion team and the rest of the laboratory team would use the other keys because they could be used multiple times. At this point we had some kind of bag of holdings that could communicate between each other, so we could like teleport items from one bag of holding to the other. It was something that was
huge.
removed later because of alchemist rebalance and stuff. But
I was gonna say I don't think they put that back in when the alchemist class came out with Everland the last one.
yeah,
Ah.
we had this was a very key thing. Haha, get it, key. But well, we lost that later on. We don't have it anymore. It was just very convenient for this part because we had limited keys, so we had to teleport in groups of like 4, I think. 2 or 4, I can't remember. But anyways, the thing is that the rest of the group, we all used the keys in the teleporter. We got to the garden of the mansion at the ring that's floating over the city. It's like this ring of land just floating over the city where the rich people live. And from there we went to the mansion. Oh yeah, wait, actually I forgot something. I forgot to mention something. There was someone who helped us get to the teleporter, and it was Sarin. Sarin, the detective, we met him at the tower where the teleporter is, and he was disguised as the son of the the Canith family. Yeah, he was disguised as Derek Canith, the son of Ashley Canith, and he helped us get to the teleporter. And yeah, he accompanied us to the mansion, and from there on, we divided ourselves into respective groups. Sarin went ahead to the laboratories. He opened the door for us, and meanwhile, the mansion team went to do their job on their side to find Ashley. But before we get to that, oh my God, hello Anonymous. Anyways, before we get to that, let's see what Dual and Gashu had been up to meanwhile.
Okay, I remember this.
Well, first of all, this guy wasn't here at this point. They had the head of the laboratory is this woman named Sarah Canith. She welcomed them and brought them on a tour on the laboratories. She showed them around. She showed that there were like 4 main laboratories, and one of them was closed because there had been an explosion for some reason, and Dual thought that was very familiar. So, well, that laboratory was closed, but the others were working. And I can't believe you were dueling all along. Oh my God.
She was actually really nice, that woman. She showed us around, showed us to the team, which was like a lot of really fun NPCs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were
I actually liked a lot of them.
Hello.
Yeah, we
welcome.
And
Hola.
hey. We ended loving the one that Cirno hated the most.
Yeah. So, some characters these two met in the laboratory. I remember there were 2 random scientists just playing chess. in the what's the name of the room?
In the lobby. Well,
the lobby.
not in the-
Yeah, it's kind of a lobby.
The cafeteria lobby, yeah.
Cafeteria
like,
lobby thing.
Like a mix, yeah.
Yep, they were just playing chess there, just chilling, and there was also this old man at the robotics laboratory, I think. His name is Strad. If you have played some D&D adventures, maybe the name Strad sounds familiar, but this Strad has nothing to do with that Strad. This Strad is just a robot fan who I don't know. He's a very strange guy.
I mean, I kind of had to make up the name on the fly, like a lot of sessions ago. Like, I'm talking like months, because I needed to introduce at least a bit of a character to like give information about the automatons the House Carnit used. And at that point, I was actually reading the model for Curse of Strahd. And the first thing that came to mind was that name, and it's a name I'm using this day too in Evernote.
Yeah.
The joke of Strat is in every campaign, but he's never the final boss.
Yeah.
It's my Sid High win.
That's a good joke. Like, this Strat guy, he's this Erun old man who was just making a robotic arm just in case he lost his arm. That's what he said. He was making the robotic arm because maybe he was gonna lose his arm. It was like, well, okay, good.
Foreshadowing.
And he was also very sad. He was also very sad because his best friend had betrayed him. His best friend, Corindus, had betrayed him and abandoned
him. How does
he
dare, Corindus?
Corindus is Maximilian, our new best friend. But here, Dual and Gashu were like, oh no, how dare you? How could you do that, Maximilian? You hurt your best friend.
I mean, it was kind of your fault, to be honest.
Yeah, sure. our fault. It's
No,
always
it
our
wa-
fault.
It was Ivry's fault. Say it through.
That's true.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
It's a through mix.
Yeah. And so they spent some time talking with this guy, this Strat guy, and well, they kind of got along. Strat told them both some things about the laboratory and stuff like that. The Dark Essence tools, they were in the
The biology.
biology. No, the biology lab wasn't the biology lab the one that was broken?
Closed. Exactly.
See, it was the closed one.
Yes.
But I can't remember it was
It was
biotechnology
the one on the top
lab?
left.
Biotechnology lab. Yeah, it was the one at the top left.
Yeah, the biotechnology. It was like a half. I mean, the biology lab and the technology lab had, and the robotics department had like separate projects, but then they would mix the works they had to do.
Yeah,
sometimes. So
they
had
try
a
to
lab.
collaborate on new things. The biotech lab.
We got like good dices on perception, so we knew they were there because there was purple light under the closed door, and it was like, okay, they're there.
The Dark Essence tools are in this lab, so at least they were able to find out where the tools were. And anyways, they spent some time reading the manuals and stuff, just trying to see if they could find any other clues about the laboratory and stuff like that. And then there was this guy. Now this guy was here. There was this guy. His name is Adam. Well, I guess you were chilling in the lobby after the tour, and this guy approached them. He was carrying this kind of case, and they talked a bit. They spent some time chatting and playing chess as well.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
beat us to the pulp.
Yeah, Adam was very good at chess, and he had the case he was carrying. When he opened it, it was actually a chess game that he had made himself, and it had some nice blue lights, very 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 technologic. Everything was like nice. Yeah, there was also something in this man. What did you ask
And
Cirno? What was it that you asked Cirno when you saw him?
How good is his ass? From 1 to 10.
And I
What
had
did-
to say an 8.
And I have, Firno, I have this power. I have it.
Sure, it's in your feet now.
I have a power. And
Uh,
I don't want to tell. I don't want to tell what my power is just yet. But I
yeah,
have a power with
you
that.
have a power. So, they spent some time chatting with this guy, and that was basically they just got some information and everything. Oh yeah, and Dual also went to talk to the other two scientists, the scientists that were there playing chess before, and
Yeah, because
he found out some
one-
information, and apparently the head of the biology lab, the lab that exploded, he actually came from Agastia, which is where
Oh.
Dual used to work in before.
Mhm.
And apparently he's at the hospital. I mean, Dual had heard that there were people from Agastia working here. He heard it from Victor at the bar. And he was very looking forward to asking them some questions. But apparently the person who came from Agastia is this guy named Jerome, who was now at the hospital because of the explosion at the biology lab. So, yeah.
And Dual was, oh yeah, Jerome. He was an asshole. He didn't work. He didn't work well. He's.
Hello, welcome, Kevin. Welcome.
Hey.
We're telling about our D&D campaign today. Yay! And so, Oh yeah, I also remember Dual asking the scientists more about this Jerome guy, and I remember they mentioned that he was always complaining about his old boss, and his old boss
For
was
some
Dual
reason.
himself.
Had pink hair.
So Dual
Oh,
was
that-
like, so always he was complaining about me.
Come on, it wasn't my fault he sucked. He ended up in the hospital and I ended up looking,
Like a
20
chap.
years younger.
Anyways, well, this was happening.
Yomi?
Yeah, let me think. Yeah, while this was happening, I remember Sarin infiltrated the laboratories. And
Yeah.
let me check. I don't know if I have like slides for this. Yeah, this can come later. We can go for this later. We can go to the mansion now. So the mansion team on their side, this was the mansion team. Those 6, they infiltrated the mansion. This was actually a very, like, the best lineup we could have for the mansion for what happened afterwards. So I remember they investigated some of the rooms and all, and I remember when they were investigating the rooms, Lena took out this kind of thing covered in a cloth that looked like very weird and eldritch. There was something floating, like covered in a dark cloak. And Hen was like, Lena, what the hell is that? And Lena was like, well, I will tell you later. So Lena used this thing, this whatever this is, to investigate some things, like to check out the rooms to see if there were any traps and stuff like that. And they actually found Derek's room. They found the head of the Canith family's room, and they found him unconscious, locked in a wardrobe. He was there with a dart in his neck. He was just sleeping.
I kinda remember the. Let me say that. I kinda remember the traps I put there. Like
Yeah,
the
there was
floor with the spikes.
Yeah, there was a trap that every time you opened the door, it activated a switch, and if all switches were activated, the floor would open up and lots of spikes would come out. But fortunately, we noticed that and it wasn't activated.
Yeah, there was another one was with a status on the bottom floor, but you didn't activate that one actually.
Yeah.
You didn't get close to the statues. You were actually scared of them.
Actually, Lena got close to one of the statues.
Oh right, that's true. She did. She did get.
She
close
just
to
went
one,
ahead and approached one of the statues, and the statue shot a poison dart to her, and we were like, "Well, that will teach you," because
They did a lot of damage, no? Those darts.
Yeah, they did a lot of damage. But anyways, the group kept investigating the mansion. I remember they got to this garden in the upper floor. I really like this scene. Like, well, the scene that comes from here onwards. There was this very big garden. There were some guardians, like living armor things, acting as guards and stuff, and there was an elevator door at the end, and I remember there was a table with a chair, and Liena really wanted to keep the chair. She started putting apart the chair to put it inside the bag of holding. But Maximilian went and told her that, well, Lena, what are you doing? And I can build you a better chair than that. Aliena was like, well, but this chair looks very comfortable. I want it.
I mean, if I remember correctly, that place was like half garden, half.
Yeah, it was like an indoor
library.
garden. Like,
Yeah, it was
Yep.
half library, half garden. It was
Yeah.
really nice.
it was very nice. Hello, welcome! We are telling about our
Welcome.
D&D campaign today.
Hey.
And so, after that, they were able to clear the guards and all that, and they got in the elevator. The elevator started going down until it reached this kind of basement, in which there was a room that started like leaking gas. But nothing happened with that gas. It was actually disinfectant gas. It was a sterilization chamber, something like that. And this part is so exciting. I hate it, but it's true. It's super exciting because they just started advancing for the next corridors. Everything was very dark here, and it got to a point where they saw that there were holes in the wall, like bullet holes. And it was so dark, they could barely see anything. I remember Sasha threw a rope to see if anything happened, like if there was any traps or anything. But nothing happened. But when she pulled back the rope was full of blood stains. Like the floor was full of blood for some reason. And I remember that Hayan and Liana were at the back of the group. They were the last ones in the group. And Hayan told Liana not to lift her eyes from the floor and to hold his hand. And that I remember that detail very clearly. Fine, yes! Hello! Yo, Alvaro! Yes, pine, the symbol of friendship.
Pines.
And so they were at this very dark corridor, but in the floor there were a bunch of guards all covered in bullet holes. For some reason, all the guards were dead, and it was a very recent thing. They had probably been alive not too long ago, like minutes ago. Yeah, let's wait to say hello with a pine. But yeah, this was a very tense moment. There was a door at the end of the corridor, and this door had this small window that was kinda... It wasn't a very clear glass. It was this kinda like diffuse glass, kinda tinted, I think.
It was one of those see-through green glass, like
Yeah.
those foggy glasses.
Yeah. That's it, foil glasses.
Yep.
It was like you couldn't see clearly, but they could see there was light inside. So they just gathered around the door after crossing the corridor full of dead guards, full of bullet holes. Rest in peace. And they opened the door. They saw that there was someone inside. Like from the outside, they could tell that there was someone inside. So they opened the door cautiously, and who was inside the room? This asshole.
Rat.
The biggest rat who makes all of the rules.
Makes all the rules.
So in the middle of the room, there was a bed at the middle of the room. It looked like kind of a medical room, if I remember correctly.
Yes, it was like one of those private hospital rooms.
Yep.
Yeah.
And on the bed, Ashley Canith was lying, sleeping. Well, sleeping. She had been in a coma for a long time. And this guy, Elzir, he was standing right beside her bed with a dagger in his hand. And oh god, this scene, I hate it. I hate this scene, but it's one of my favorites.
It's fine.
I remember exactly what happened. I remember everything exactly. Let me try to find the exact moment in the summary, because I do have it. Like,
You're so hyped up.
so yeah, here we are. Inside, a familiar figure awaits. Besides Asilikanit's bed, where she's lying in a deep slumber, stands Elzir Beltorre with a dagger in hand. He welcomes the crew with an unpleasant smirk. But something feels off. He says, "Maximilian, so you've come so far just to kill your own mother?" He's stabbed by the crew's glares, but he doesn't even bat an eye. He keeps his calm as if everyone's weapons were just a joke. And he confirms that Rory Crawford is Maximilian's father and Ashley Canith is his mother. He's an illegitimate son of both houses.
No.
And the thing is, then Beltorre says, "Back then, you didn't allow me to kill my father, so this time, I won't let you kill your mother." Because Maximilian was gonna kill Ashley, like the woman that's lying in the bed. But right then, this guy, Azir, he looks at Drew and Sasha, and he says, "I'm so glad this has become such a pleasant family reunion. Not only is my brother here, but even my sisters have come to see me. Suriel and Haniel." And Drew is like, "What?" Like, Drew asks him what he means, but Elzir says that, unlike them, he has accepted his role. He has been reborn as Elzir Beltorre and as Raziel. He's a complete being, and he has been manipulating the four houses of Alexandria since long ago. And the control of the city had been on the palm of his hand all along. But when Ryu asks him if it was him the one who sealed Suriel in the book, he doesn't answer. He just raises his dagger and stabs Ashley in the heart. And Ashley dies. We never met her. She had been in a coma for many years. So now she was dead. And well, Elzir turns to the crew again, and he says that with this done, things can move to the last phase. And since he likes the crew, he indicates them to go to the Enfield mansion to find the last piece of the puzzle. And he looks at Maximilian and Buff, and he says, "Edward Enfield has been dead for a long time, and you know that. Do you really think that only the Caniths went to attack the forest? Because of course, meanwhile all this is happening, the Caniths have gone to attack the forest where the fairies are, and Maximilian is in shock. He falls to his knees, and Bob's eyes are full red. She's just eyes shining red, and her hands pointing at the king of thieves with her gun. And I remember Drew told Maximilian not to listen to Elzir, but Maximilian was just very out of it at that moment. He was just on his knees on the floor. He didn't know what to say or do. He was just there. He was in shock. And right then, Drew tried to restrain Elzir with a hold person, but it didn't work because Elzir no longer counts as a human. He's now like half primal because he has apparently fused with an archangel like Suriel, but it's this other archangel named
Whole
Raziel.
person only works against humanoids.
Yep. So he counts
And
more
thus
as a monster.
He didn't count.
Yep. He counts like a celestial, I think. So
Yes.
whole person didn't work. But it's good because now Mayo has Hold Monster, and I'm gonna have it prepared just in case for next time.
So you want to hold Elzir really tight, Yomi?
No, I want to restrain him so everyone can beat him up. No, thank you. He's an asshole. So,
Elzir has logged
Elzir has logged. Yeah, that's what he does.
He logs in.
He logs in and
he never logs out.
He never logs out. He's always logged in.
Does.
Nah.
No, he's those people that say they log out and then they just turn their state into invisible or something.
And they keep reading the conversation.
Yes.
Kinda, okay, yeah.
But anyways, Elzir says that he's not really the one behind all this. Instead, it's his boss, Jibril. And right then, he looks at Liena and says, "Right, I remember he knows you. Like, Jibril knows Liena." And Liena has just tensed up as soon as she heard the name. She's like, oh no.
How much did Liena know about Jibril at that moment?
Well, she told us later what she knew about Jibril. She knew that Jibril shouldn't be trusted. That's what she knew.
Jibril should not be trusted.
But well, Elzir / Raziel, he says that he's not Viltorra anymore, but that he isn't Raziel either. He says that he's greed, like the sin. He says, "I am greed," and then he just jumps through the window. And when Sasha runs across the room and leans on the windowsill, and she's just in time to see him fall as 6 dark wings spread from his back, and he just flies away.
For those ones who don't play Granblue Fantasy, wings it's like a measure of power there.
Yeah.
Kinda
like,
is, yeah.
The more wings you have as an archangel, the more powerful you are. And he has 6 wings, which is what Primarchs have. And so...
Although I have to say something, it is not related to... I mean, the wings are a symbol of power after all.
Yeah.
But it's not kind of related to the same project Luthilus was doing. And this is kind of later explained.
Yeah, this is something
I think
different.
In the library, I think it's...
Yeah, more or less.
Library? Yeah, okay. No, just to give it clear, it's not like a direct... It's kind of similar, but it's not a direct relation.
Yeah. It's a different thing. Give me a second. I feel like the music is a bit loud. There we go. And so, with this rat out of the way, Lena went to check on Ashley. But it's too late. She's already dead. And Lena finds there's a stack of medical documents at her side, and that she has been in a coma for at least 7 years. And Maximilian he's still on his knees, just staring at nothing. And Heian grabbed him by the arm and pulled him up, telling him to stand up. And well, Maximilian barely had any reaction. This was basically it. I remember we ended the session there and everyone was like, whoa, what God, I hate it. This is one of my favorite scenes and I hate it.
Why? I mean, he kinda is one of your favorite characters.
He's not!
He actually is.
He's not!
He is, Yomi.
He's not! No! I don't like this guy.
I don't like this guy. I just like all his scenes, and I think his character is like really charming, and I want to kick his face, but also I like him so much.
No! He's an asshole. I don't like him.
You kind of like characters like that, though.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. No! I
Yeah,
hate
you.
you.
Do. You do, Yomi. Just accept it, and move on.
I'm not. So, anyways,
Megan is also an asshole.
she's not an asshole. Well, sometimes, but she's not an
Yeah.
asshole to Mayo.
Yes, no, but
Mayan's not an asshole
know.
to Mayo, and she's the best. Mayan is the
Elvin
best.
is also not an asshole to Mayo.
He's an asshole to Mayo. He trash talked flowers. He trash talked flowers, and that's unforgivable. I will not forgive this rat. So, back to the laboratory group. Sarin went ahead of the other four of the group, of the laboratory group, and he infiltrated as a supervisor from the Canis laboratories, and he just went and left Sarah unconscious. He went and left the supervisor of the laboratories unconscious, and then he kidnapped Strat, our newest friend.
Yeah,
The-
he put an oxygen mask and put him in a bag of holding, like, what? See you
I
guys.
I remember him using the sentence, "Let me put this old man in this bag of holding," and we were like, "Come on, dude, that's dangerous for him." And he was like, "No, relax, I have this oxygen mask." And he just puts the old man in the bag of holding.
So yeah, he kidnapped Strat just to get him out of the laboratories, because Strat is actually a very good robot creator, a very good engineer, very good artificer, whatever you want to call it. And also, oh yeah, I forgot to mention, Strat is also very agoraphobic. He really hates crowds. He really hates going outside and seeing other people. He just really likes to be by himself. He's just very afraid of crowds. But anyways, Sarin just
here.
yeah, Sarin went
Hmm?
and kidnapped him. What?
Cirno, did you just abduct Strat because we loved him so much? Was that part of the plan all along?
No, Sarin was using you as a distraction to like
What?
infiltrate himself. Yeah, he wanted a Strat out of the picture because he was creating all these automatons for Canyon,
Yeah.
for the Canyon.
Okay,
and
okay.
he
So
was,
it was
yes.
from
he
the
was needed.
plan.
Yeah.
Okay, it was not because we loved him so much and we didn't want him to die.
No.
He was
he
just-
just wanted to get him out of the picture because he don't want the Canyon to have like such a good scientist on their part.
Yep. He was just making
is not
super
gonna
cool robots.
I'm pretty sure this is not gonna matter in the future, right? Haha!
Of course not. Spoilers, yes, it's gonna matter in the future.
Yeah, it is.
So, meanwhile, Sarin just kidnapped Strat, and then he jumped out of the window as well, and he left with Strat. He just went back to the city. Like, I think he used Featherfall, and he
Yeah.
just fell on the floor. And meanwhile, the rest of the group, they were infiltrating the laboratories, and this is where we found our very important boss, the button of a door. We were stuck for like 10 minutes
Oh, yeah.
debating whether we should push a button on a door.
This is such a D&D moment. Like, the moment you, as a DM, the moment like you give a lot of emphasis on something that looks minimum, like just a little bit suspicious, and it's a thing like you say something like something is out of place, when really it's not. When you think it's just like a little bit of a description. but something is out of place, or something stands out, or the color is red. If the color is red, it's like a big indication of this shit is dangerous. And I said there was a door, like a sliding door, which was, had a little window and stuff, so you can see like through it. And there was a button, a red button, and you stayed there for like, I'm not kidding, I'm not joking, 40 minutes without door.
40 minutes? I thought it was just half an hour.
Well, it kind of was like that.
Nah, I think it was less.
No.
It felt longer for me. Because I was like, can you just go on? It's just a button to open.
Just a button. I'm
you click
sorry,
the
I
button and
was
the door
just very
opens.
paranoid. I just wanted the plan to work to perfection.
And yes, it keeps happening to this day with that. I mean,
Yes.
making descriptions as a DM is like really dangerous because you need to give just the minimum information so the characters can ask how things are, so you can give like more detailed stuff. If you say something in detail, everyone is gonna like pair up on this, right? Even
Yeah.
in books there are all these descriptions of the door has like this design and stuff, and you don't do that. Like in reality you say there's a door, and then they ask how is the door, and what is there something special about the door, just that. But if you give a lot of emphasis, they get fixed on this is important. And I kind of fucked up there. It was also my fault because I said there was a red button besides the door, and it was like a bit standing out just for the color because everything was like metal and gray in the laboratory and white, and this button was red and it stand out, and they were like, fuck, maybe this is an alarm, maybe, and it was just a button.
That's just
Yeah, everyone was a little bit paranoid there.
Yeah.
Everyone was.
But well, we defeated the button, we passed the button, and we kept exploring some more places of the laboratory. We found the elevators to go to the floor where Dual and Gashu were, because actually Mayu was using locate object to find, it was Mayu,
Dual's ribbon. He
Dual's
was,
ribbon. Yep.
He was, he camouflated himself by
Disguised,
returning his hair to his original color, which is brown, and he really doesn't like that, so he put a blue ribbon that Liena gave him and put his hair in a cute ponytail.
He tied his hair in a ponytail, and this way Mayo could use the. Well, I can't remember if it was Mayo or Silverio. Can't remember which of the two were, because Silverio also has locate object, but I think it was Mayo maybe.
I think it was Mayo because of spell slot availability. Like,
yeah, that's true.
So you had like more spell slots, so you were like, I'm gonna do it.
We used locate object to find where Dual and Gashu were, and we kept exploring the place, and we got to this floor in which, just as the elevator opened, we were face to face with the two scientists that were just chilling, playing chess before, and we left one of them unconscious, and the other one, she was just in shock. She was like, what the hell is happening? And well, still, we didn't do anything to them. We just tied them up just in case.
I didn't even remember their name.
They didn't have names, but I always imagine.
They didn't?
No, they didn't.
I think they had in my notes, but you didn't ask them.
Yeah,
so
we never asked the names. I'm gonna ask you the names.
I
don't remember.
They didn't.
One was a potato.
See, one was a Harbin, the other was a Draft. Yeah. I remember. Actually, I've always imagined them with specific designs, but since they didn't even have designs, they were just two random NPCs. What?
Yeah. Maybe someday I'll give them a name. Okay.
Yeah, do it.
They will
This way
back.
I can add them to the list.
I mean, they hate Adam as much as we do, so everything's cool.
So, speaking of Adam, while we were tying up those scientists, we noticed that there was a scientist just chilling with a cup of coffee in his hand. He was just looking at us, chilling with a cup of coffee, and we were like, we looked at him, and he looked at us, and we looked at him, and he looked at us, and well, we talked to him, and he gave us a key for the elevator, and we said, why are you helping us? Why are you doing this? And he just said, well, I think this place needs a little bit more of chaos. That's what he said. And we were like, okay, fine, we have a key, we can proceed. But this guy was very suspicious, and I remember Silverio felt very suspicious. And he thought that there might be something up with that, so he used his divine sense. He felt something weird with his divine sense, but he couldn't tell what it was because his player didn't get a high enough roll to identify it. But there was something up with this guy. This guy was very suspicious.
I can put a pin on this and come
Yeah,
back later.
we can put a pin on this. And well, after that, we reunited with Dual and Gashu. We left the members of the biotech lab unconscious, and we stole the Dark Essence tools. Yay! Mission accomplished.
Which made me really happy.
Yay! Now Dual had tools to make Dark Essence with. And also, Maya got a very high roll in investigation, and she found like 3 notebooks and an envelope with some encoded writing, which was actually some spells. It was actually spells and stuff like that. But yeah, that was it. We were able to accomplish our mission.
Yay.
The infiltration was a success. And after that, we went back to the gardens, and we met with the rest of the group, who didn't look as good as we did. Because they
we
had
were
just...
so happy.
Yeah.
Like, everything has come up perfectly, guys. How was your end of the mission? And they were just like, life is a lie.
Life isn't fair. Oh yeah, I forgot something before the laboratory group left. We went to check on the rooms of the scientists, if we could find anything. We found Strat's room, and there was his very spicy writings about robot girls.
Sexy robots.
Sexy robots. Like, we always joke that Cirno, behind his screen, all the notes that he has, his DM notes, are only sexy robots for Alexandria.
Yeah, and then for the next art is gonna be like sexy Oni.
Sexy Oni. Well, not the next arc. The next arc was more like
Druid's bad.
Druids. Yeah, it was more like Druid's bad. But anyway, this one was sexy robots, and the current arc is sexy Onis. That's it. That's the plot. That's the plot of Azure One.
That's the plot.
And so,
hot mummies in hell.
oh my god.
But mommy's in hell, yes.
Anyways, we reunited with the rest of the group. Maximilian was feeling a bit better, and just then I remember Heian approached Mayo and asked her for the sending stone. And well, Mayo gave him the sending stone, and Heian just sat in a corner meditating for 10 minutes while we were like updating ourselves on the situation. We talked about, hey, the giant rat who makes all of the rules, Elzir Beltorre, has told us to go to the Enfield Mansion. How about we go to the Enfield Mansion? And we were like, yeah, sure, let's go to the Enfield Mansion. What could possibly go wrong?
Where the Evil McDoody has told us to go.
Exactly.
That always goes well.
Indeed. And right then, like 10 minutes later, suddenly a beam of lightning falls from the sky and just in front of Heian. And in front of Heian suddenly is Best Girl! Yes! She teleported to us. She came back. Best Girl is back! Ah!
Come on, you can put that screen again, the Mayan collage.
Yes, that's true. I'm gonna put the Mayan collage. Where is it? Where is it? I'm gonna show the Mayan collage. There it is. Yes. Yes.
Breathe in. Give a deep breath.
Horny noises. Then you dare to say that screenshot from your quotes in Twitter wasn't right.
Shinden Maker was a lie, but look at her. She's so cool. I love her. Yeah. Anyways, Best Girl is back. She's back. She teleported so she could help us because Heian had told her something, and she was like, "Yeah, I'm coming to help."
It was the magic item actually. The sending stone worked as
a teleporter.
Like teleport level 7.
Yep.
That's all.
It was that sending stone. It used to be a normal sending stone, I think, but since we had the teleport thing that Maximilian had, we used it for that. If I remember correctly, yeah.
Yeah, you did.
It was the teleporter we stole from Maximilian in the second arc.
We still haven't used that. Like I actually know how to make that. Well, Maximilian knows how to make it.
That's true. He could make more of those. Hello.
Actually, yeah.
Welcome.
For the recent arc, we did.
Yeah. So after that, we decided to go to the Enfield Mansion. Hello, welcome! We are telling about our D&D adventure again. Once again, Azure One retelling. Hell yeah.
Retelling.
So, after all this, the infiltration plan, which was a success, in a way, we went back to the Enfield Mansion. It was completely empty. Oh yeah, and I forgot, we had to jump down the floating circle on top of the city. We had to just jump down with the help of the Featherfall tokens we had.
Okay, and just to be sure that we wouldn't separate, we tie it up to each other. And how did Mayan tie?
Let's not mention that. That's just extra things that shouldn't be mentioned. Anyways.
But I already did.
Yeah, you did. Let's leave it at that. Okay, let's leave it at that. Oh yeah, remember what I'm gonna mention though is that we actually fell in the middle of the city, and Dual was the first one to fall, and he got like a 2 because he wanted to fall with a nice pose, but he failed and he just landed face down on the floor, and everyone was looking at him.
My poor baby.
That will teach you. So, after that we went running to the Enfield Mansion, and it was completely empty. Actually, this song always reminds me of that scene, of this part, the song that we are playing right now. And you know, we spent some time investigating some stuff, and we could barely find anything. We just it felt like there could be like a hidden door. It took Ivris a while to find it, but he managed to find it in the end. And we ended up finding the entrance to the secret laboratory, to Edward's secret laboratory. There was this huge I can't remember the name of this thing. What's the name? Like,
But
There's
I was spacing out.
in the secret laboratory there was the automatic can't remember the name of the thing.
The automata machine?
Conveyor belt. There was a huge conveyor belt in the middle of the room, separating it in two, and there was like a control panel at the end of the room. It was a very huge room, and there was also this very shiny orb thing on top of the control panel. And we divided ourselves perfectly on each side. Like the conveyor belt was like a bit elevated. It was like kind of acting like a wall, dividing the room between two.
It was one of those moments that I said, how do you want to divide? To which way do you want to go? And at that point, they kind of knew that there was gonna be a problem there.
Yeah.
And it's one of those moments where DM and players are on the same page and like, yeah, okay, I see what you want.
Yup. And well,
so we divided ourselves in a way that made sense, like one healer in every step.
More or less. I mean, we had a map for this place, so we could just move around the tokens and investigate and all that stuff. But yeah, we all knew what was going to happen, and of course, suddenly, two robots who looked a bit like Mai fell down the ceiling. Actually, I think Lena saw something on the ceiling, so she sent the very creepy thing, the floating thing that she had used to investigate to try to figure out what that was. She made the creepy friend approach the ceiling with a flare, and as soon as it approached the ceiling, one of these robots fell down and started attacking us right in front of Ibris. Oh yeah, remember, as always, one of them attacked Ibris and the other attacked Dual, because they are always the first ones to be attacked.
You always position themselves in way. I actually don't do it on purpose. That's actually true.
We don't either. We don't know where the boat is. It just keeps happening.
I mean, I always put like if I have to move on because of any circumstance, I do it. I don't have a problem saying that. But lots of time where I have like I don't know, invisible or like hidden enemies, right? I put them on my GM screen that you don't see, and I just leave them there. I leave the tokens there, and I don't touch them because they are there. And lots of time you trigger those enemies. Like, yeah, we go in here, you go around. So yeah, you are kind of gonna trigger this fight. So I mean, that's fine.
It always happens.
I actually don't do it on purpose. I don't know.
You say so. I don't believe you. You want to kill me.
Wanna make an insight check?
Okay,
Insight check.
Insight plus 8. Let me throw that.
Let's see what you get.
Roll 20.
So
Oh, no,
meanwhile, change the music. This was actually the music we had for this battle.
It is.
Yes.
It is indeed.
Ta-tan.
I actually like this one a lot.
It's very cool. I love fairy tune songs. Let me put the volume. I think the volume is the volume fine like this. I think it should be fine.
Okay. What you
Plus
get?
8.
What you get?
It's in
It's rolling. Oh.
Yeah, such a good theme. So,
No,
still,
I'm not lying.
you're not lying.
I'm not.
So, they were like androids of the same model as Mai, but they didn't have the hair like her. They were just androids without consciousness. They were just here to attack us and all that stuff.
And you knew that Mai had like these claws, and you also knew that she could make herself invisible.
Yep, we knew some things about Mai like that. the claws, invisibility, and well, that's what those androids did. I remember that one of the androids jumped at Dual, grabbing him and launching him towards Bav's shield, and Dual just went bonk on the shield. Because Bav protected
it's
herself
not the first
in
one
time.
that happened.
He
I mean,
wants to kill me, guys. Help!
I
Help!
mean, it's not the first time that I have a boss or an enemy that has like throw mechanics, like maybe you pick
Yeah.
someone up, throwing against another. I kind of like those things, and
But it
Science
was-
Path has
it
a
was-
feat that is shield master. You know, she can like completely dodge stuff with the shield, with dexterity saving throws. So you know, these things are dexterity saving throws. So every time any enemy throws another person or a character in a line or against Buff, she just like
Put the shield between them and bonk. I remember that there was also a moment in which Dual and Iris were both in each side of the conveyor belt, and they were like, "Bro, I can feel you, bro. I know your pain, bro."
Because we're both dying.
They were both dying, and they were like, "Bro, I wanna heal you, bro, but I can't see you." But anyways, then we managed to defeat these androids without much problem, fortunately. And we spent some time investigating the room. I'm gonna just leave this cool picture of Buff because I don't have anything for this scene, and I really like this art. I didn't find any other moment to show it. It's kind of
Yeah, it's
fitting
good.
though.
I like it a lot. Buff has changed a lot.
Yeah, she has
Her
changed a
design.
lot.
This is where she was wearing
At the beginning,
heavy armor.
yep,
Yeah. Before she was a barbarian. So.
it did. And so we started investigating the room. Driva approached the command panel at the left side, following a trail of blood, of very dry blood that was on the floor. And at the end of it, there was a rotten corpse of a draft man. And it was Edward Enfield, who died at the second rate at the Enfield Mansion 2 years ago. He had been rotting here all along. And
Nice.
he found a ring on him, and also a notebook. Drew was about to check out the notebook, but right then, Buff took it out of his hands and brought it to Maximilian, and Drew was like, "Oh, okay."
I mean, it's kind of private if you see your dead, but
Yeah.
if your dead father in, you don't kind of want to like just keep that
Yeah.
somewhere else.
And well, the thing is, Drew then called out to Liana, who was trying to dismantle one of the androids without much success. And she checked out the ring that Drew had found, and it was a ring of spell storing, which actually we almost haven't used it yet, just a couple times, but it's a very useful item, which lets you store various spells. And meanwhile, while Dual healed everyone and checked on his bro Ibris, and at the other side, Heian and Mayo investigated the rest of the control panel. And Heian found an instruction manual, and Mayo some documents about the Android project. And the rest, well, as investigated some other things like doors that were there storing pieces of the robots and stuff. But important things, Maximilian and Buff spent some time talking about the notebook, and when they finished, they just approached the control panel and started shooting at it and bashing it with their weapons and destroying it, hoping that this would turn off the IA, the artificial intelligence of the robots.
They also that meant that they could not make like they could not get their hands on more androids.
Yep, this way there wouldn't be anymore. And after a while of just hitting the control panel, the giant orb shut down, and the AI was deactivated. Yay! And so, Maximilian revealed the contents of the notebook, which was Edward's notes, and it was like his last writings, the last writings of Edward Enfield. After he was wounded during the second raid, he took refuge in the laboratory, where he activated the AI and continued his plan. So it was in a way that he could continue his plan even after he died, using the android that he made in the image of Alex, his daughter, as a vessel for Alexander, by using his own memories to simulate hers. Like, the Alex we met was actually Edward's memories of Alex. It was Edward acting as Alex, like he remembered her to be, which is kind of creepy when you think about it. But
well, if you think about it, it's the AI processing like Edward's memories, processing Alex's behavior. So it's not like that creepy if you think about it. If you think that there is an AI behind it, so it was like, it was not really Edward and it was not really Alex, but it was. It's kind of creepy, but it's
a messed up mix of consciousness and I don't know.
That's what Alexander is.
Yeah, that's what Alexander is indeed. And after that, this way he could use this android as Alexander's vessel. Since he created this body with materials resistant to divine magic, so it would probably work. And since there was nothing else to do here, we had destroyed the AI at last. We just left the house. We left the mansion, not the garden. Let me change the music again because yes. Back to tension. At the garden, there were two figures approaching the mansion as we were leaving. It was Maya and Owain. Remember that Owain had been hired by the Khanits to attack the forest, and halfway on the fight, he had noticed that there was something wrong. So he ended up collaborating with Maya.
He got paid half of the money, so that was a kind of a win too.
Yeah, that's true. Basically, Warren is trying to help Mai walk. She seems like she's wounded, she's missing an arm, and she's in a very, very bad mood. And Jill approached them to ask what happened, but Mai gave him a terrifying glare. Like, he was like, okay, I'm not gonna ask. And of course, the Maximilian suspicions were right, which is that the Enfield androids that had still been tied to the AI, they were also participating in the attack on the forest. So yeah, not only the Khanit androids. Well, I feel like there's something weird in my throat. Wait.
Drink water. Keep yourself hydrated. Ghost water.
Indeed. Hydration time. Glug, glug, glug.
Glug, 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 glug.
This moment was sponsored by your body. Please look after it.
Please stay hydrated.
Exactly.
So, basically halfway on the attack, Ori noticed that something was wrong, and Mai actually, I think she shielded him from an attack or something like that.
No, it was not him actually. Owain actually helped Mai when she was wounded after that.
Oh
Mai
yeah.
actually shielded some of the fairies. And then she was like in a bad shape, and so Owain stepped out and helped her.
Yeah. And basically, Owain approached Maximilian and gave him a bag with 7 rings inside, which are the fairies' rings of mind shielding, which, when you wear a ring of mind shielding, if you die, your soul gets trapped in the ring. So that means 7 of the fairies are dead. 7 of Maximilian's sisters. So Maximilian took the rings and he put them in his hand, which he already had multiple rings on. Like, Maximilian is probably...
He's already wielding, like,
used to
armor
having...
at this point.
Yeah, Maximilian having his sister's voices in his head all the time.
He's used to it.
He loves them so much.
Yeah, he's a good big bro. And also, what else? Oh yeah, Mai said that she had sent the rest of the fairies to protect the 3rd reactor, Keranos 3, but things have gotten very ugly, so she doesn't know if they are gonna be able to protect Alexander's core. And you also noticed that Mai had a magical aura surrounding her for some reason, but he wasn't able to dispel it, and Silverio tried to heal her, but it didn't seem to have any effect for some reason. So yeah, there's something happened to Mai, and we didn't really know what was it. But anyways, we wanted to try finding Alex on time, so we went. We decided to move on and go to the concert right away, because meanwhile all of this was happening, the city was almost celebrating the concert of the 4th day of the fair, the Scarborough Fair, where the children of the 4 houses would sing and perform the Scarborough Fair theme.
Yeah.
It's
a very nice song, by the way.
Yeah, it's a very nice song.
Kokia, if you want a version I really like about that song, Kokia's version.
Yeah, Kokia's version.
Is really, really nice.
But I also, whenever I think about this very specific Scarborough Fair, like the one in Azure One, I always think about the Deracine version.
Deracine one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that one is really, really
That
good.
one's very good. It's a very nice game.
Yeah. Made by Hayao Miyazaki, the creator of Dark Souls.
And also, suddenly, 4 towers appeared in the sky above the city, and dark veils surrounded the entire island, enveloping everything in a dark and also fake starry sky. And a ray of light fell from the sky between the 4 floating towers, landing right where the main square should be, right where the concert was about to be celebrated. Alexander has been summoned, and Hayan recalls Alexander's story from the library, and that last time, more than 900 years ago, it took Alexander 24 hours to activate. But something is different now, because there are no records of the veil that surrounds the island now. Something else is happening as well. But one thing is clear, time ticks on, and Alexander is awake. So, this time, for the final boss, let me try to, I can open the link to the next summary. There it is. Yeah, I have it. So, this was also the ending of a session. Like, imagine having this kind of cliffhangers being left all the time.
I was like, come on, Cirno, can we play tomorrow?
No.
God, it was so, like, every time we have cliffhangers like these, and that's why Alexandra is so good. We always have cliffhangers like this.
I mean, timing cliffhangers is like really difficult
Yeah.
in the end. It's like you need to give like the really cliffhanging moments, let's say, and you can always do that. You can't always put a cliffhanger, and every time you like, if you're in a long arc, every time is more and more difficult because you are kind of stretching it out. And Alexander was like, how much was it? It wasn't like super long either.
6 months, I think.
Oh shh.
It took us 6
Damn.
months. That's like one session per week.
I mean, Mizuhato is kind of within a year almost now, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
you've done other things in the.
I mean, I have divided in various arcs. I wouldn't say we are the same arc when we started streaming.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah, it's more like the current plot that is still like going on, instead of being a short plot that just ends in the same arc. It's just the plot that has just been going on in the next arcs, and that's it. But Alexandria was more of a self-contained plot, so that's nice.
It's like in Naruto, you see, the Alexandria will be like the first arc, the one in the bridge, and we are now in the ninja wars.
Fair. That's kind of like a good, it's a good parallel, yeah.
And I like that. So there's no time to waste. So they are still keeping watch on the ship. So the twins, Sasha and Mayo, decided to go to the harbor to inform her and check on what's going on. Meanwhile, the rest, they were gonna go to check out the light column in the city, and they decided to meet later at the Shinryu. So first of all, when these four reached the harbor, they saw a bunch of people in a panic trying to escape the island. Like the harbor was packed with people just trying to leave, but some ships had tried to leave, but they had crashed against the veil surrounding the island, and apparently some kind of barrier, no one can get out. So yeah, complicated. And we met with Teine, who the twins went to inform. They spent some time just chatting. Well, not just chatting. They just updating Teine and what had happened, and of course Mayan reuniting with Teine as well, because she hadn't seen her in very long. And meanwhile, Maya and Sasha went to see if there were any familiar faces nearby. They saw Klaus, the innkeeper, they saw Kendrick, and after a while of looking around, they also saw Gillian's group, the bounty hunters. And they asked them if they were willing to help stop Alexander. And since Gillian is a warlock of Alexander, he was like, yeah, I've been feeling strange since the whole thing started. So yeah, let's try to help with this. So they decided to help us. Yay! I can't wait to meet them again. I really like them. They are very cool.
Yeah, we always say we're gonna contact them, so
yeah, we never do.
You never do.
We never contact them. It's very sad.
Let's put a pin on that. Like, let's remember this, Yomi.
Let's remember them. Yeah. And we also, Maya and Sasha spent some more time trying to find more helping hands, in which they saw Friar Gurris with his group. They all looked like veteran Skyfarers, so they asked them if they wanted to help as well, and they said, yeah, we're gonna help because we are good people, we are kind, and yeah, they are very nice people, that group. We didn't meet the rest, but we only know Friar Gurris, who we are also waiting for his return. Someday. And yeah, we also looked for more people. We also managed to get the help of some enforcers as well. But well, anyways, meanwhile, the rest of the group, they went to take a look at the city, and everything was a disaster. The buildings were destroyed. There were robots lurking around the city. There were people who looked like paladins of Alexander, all possessed and with their eyes shining blue. And on the way, Heian contacted them through the ascending stone, and said that after getting an update on the situation, Heian told them to avoid the possessed paladins at all costs because they are being controlled by Jibril, and the only way to stop them is by ending their lives. So if you get possessed by Jibril, the only way to to stop you is to die. So yeah, basically. And
Even
the group,
at higher levels, like there is like some cleric spells clearly meant to depossess somebody.
Yeah, those would actually work, but you know, it's like
Mm.
6-7 level. So
Yeah,
it's kind
yeah,
of-
it's like really high.
that's
Cleric
actually
magic.
very despair now that you mention it.
Why?
Yeah,
That makes me very sad, Cirno.
I know.
Yomi, at the level that Dual is, he can protect you.
No, but it makes me very sad for other reasons that I still
Oh.
can't tell. Hola, yo-hooo, hoy estamos contando sobre la campaña de D&D.
Hi,
Bienvenido.
hi.
So, they continued looking around the city. I think they spent some time like just lurking in the sewers, just trying not to catch anyone's attention.
Yeah, Ibris managed that really well.
Yep, and they found that they got kind of close to the column of light, but
Oh yeah,
in the end-
I remember Gashu wanted to explore more and Ibris didn't want to.
yeah, because Ibris is. Oh yeah.
And it was
He
one
said
of the
so.
cool Ibris moments. Like I was like, oh my god, Ibris is so
I
fun.
remember.
I don't.
I can't
It's
remember
not
exactly
big
what
deal.
he said, but he was like, so you wanna go? Well, the spell isn't gonna last that long, and the spell is mine, so.
Back off and come back here. And I was like, oh my god, Ibris.
Because he was using Pass Without a Trace, but Pass Without a Trace has a limited time, so. So he was like, well, we are risking getting found out. Yeah, son los tokens que hice para la campaña. Son un poco estilo stickers, yep. And so he was like, well, you wanna go? Then you wanna go investigate? Well, we going back because the spell is mine and I decide what we do with it. I think it was something like that, more or less.
I mean, Wizard doesn't have that spell. It's kind of
Yeah.
Read and Ranger. So
And so, on the way back, of course, there were gonna happen, but things were gonna happen because they alerted two of the giant robots, like the scorpion we found in the hotel. Yay!
the exames.
Yeah,
God, I love
yeah.
that design. I love Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah, it's fine. This is just Final Fantasy VIII. These are from Final Fantasy VIII. So the thing is, they had to fight two of those robots, like at the hotel in Baltz. We found one of them on top of a burning hotel, and it took us quite a bit of work. Imagine fighting two of them, but that means we are strong now.
Yeah, because it wasn't even that difficult.
Yeah,
Like,
I remember one.
we knew what affected them. We knew their,
Yeah, and that they had these very dangerous beams.
Mhm.
And I remember
So-
also that Ibris and Dual were also attacked a lot, and that Dual was in the middle of one of the beams, and Ibris had to push him out of the way.
Oh
I
my
Like,
mean,
bro.
those were like big damage stuff. so,
Yeah,
it
those
was
were
like
like very
It was a
dangerous.
really nice move too.
Bro doesn't treat me like that anymore.
Ay.
In that point, bro wouldn't risk his life to get me off of the bad boy later being. What happened to us, bro? I miss you.
I miss you, bro. Bro. En la campaña, bueno, es bastante larga, estamos a medio de explicarla, pero en la descripción está el link a las otras descripciones que hemos hecho. Básicamente una campaña de Granblue Fantasy.
Y hacemos streamings cada sábado por la noche.
Cada sábado. Mañana mismo hacemos más partidas.
Los streamings están 100% en español, así que...
But this is in English now.
Yep, hoy estamos contando en inglés para la gente que no puede ver por el idioma, a quien le interese también. Así que ya, aquí estamos. Pero si no, cada sábado en Twitch streameamos las partidas.
A las 4 de la madrugada, hora española.
Exacto. And so, after that, after defeating the two giant robots, the group went back to the harbor to reunite with the rest. And we were like, yeah, so this is the situation. There was still quite a lot of time because we were hoping that Alexander would wake up in like the 24 hours we were hoping. So we decided to sleep a bit to recover. More or less, we tried to have a long rest.
Yeah, between some of the Crawford forces and like the bit of Skyfarers and forces that were on the island, they like secured the port, and we're using the port as a homemade base to protect people and stuff like that.
Yep, it was like a safe spot. And so, while the group was like resting, I remember we were planning some things like to be well prepared, and we had the ring of spell storing, which we had. Well, Drew had found him on Edward's body, so we decided to store a use of Revivify just in case. But of course, the ring had some spells inside. It had Fabricate, and we had to use this use of Fabricate before storing a new spell. So we spent some time thinking about what to do with this Fabricate, which lets you fabricate things from raw material. Lena offered some chains she had in her bag of holding to use as materials. And we thought about making a statue about someone. And it was like, we can make a statue. Who do we make the statue of? Lena suggested making a statue of Suriel, but some people had objections because they also wanted to have a statue. And I have there's this exchange that I have noted in the summary, and that Mayan was like, hey, don't forget who the ship belongs to. If there has to be a statue of someone here, it should be of me. I'm the boss. Think about the ship's hierarchy. And Maya was like, oh, why a statue when there's the real thing right here? That came from my heart. But still, but Mayan was like, oh, thanks, honey, but I want my statue anyways. It would look good in the garden. And Silveria was like, hierarchy? What's a hierarchy? And Mayan was like, think about it, Silverio. Who gives the orders here? And Silverio was like, the Canils. And Mayan like, yes, but here on the ship. And Silverio, Miss Mayo. And Mayan like, nice try. Silverio then asked Miss Mayan, and Mayan was like, good, glad that you know. And Silverio then was like, Miss Mayan is a hierarchy.
I love
Silverio's
prayers so much.
En español dijo, Mayan es una jerarquía. And Mayan was like, well, for some I am indeed. Mayan dijo, para algunos lo soy.
Yeah.
I love Mayan. She's the best.
But she didn't get that statue.
Yeah, in the end, we decided to choose at random by using sticks, and the one who got the shortest stick would get the statue, and everyone who wanted the statue participated. And I remember Dual got a long stick, but he changed it for another, and no one noticed, which turned out to be the short stick. And
It's because I used Loki in that
yeah,
that roll. We had to roll, and I was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna use Loki on this shit, even if you know there's a boss battle afterwards. But I'm gonna lose Loki here."
yeah,
And
Dual got the statue.
And I got the statue.
You got the statue of Dual. It was a small Dual statue, which we left in the kitchen. Now the Dual statue is in the kitchen.
The therapy and yes, look at this. Look at how cute I am. Who wouldn't want a statue of me in their kitchen? Like, look at this. Look at this.
You
Because
used
I ever
to
seen.
you use it as a hanger, like a clothes hanger or something.
Coat hanger.
You put your jacket there when you enter.
I put the spoon there.
The spoon. And so, finally, we were ready! Ta-ta-tan! Also, Victor has a face now. Victor showed up with full armor, his full paladin armor, and he's here with us. So, all of us are ready. There's Gillian's group, there's all of us, there's Victor, and well, some enforcers and Friar Gurri's crew were also there, which don't have tokens, but we proceeded to the Aurum Plaza, the main square. We were right outside the walls of light, and we saw that there was a column. Like in the column of light, there was an opening, like as if inviting us to enter. And from there, we could see two silhouettes and a red gleam from the middle of the square. And right then, Liana took out a piece of magic chalk and she wrote on the floor, "Liana was here." It's some kind of magic chalk that can be removed by non-magical means. And she just went and wrote on the floor, "Liana was here," like vandalizing the floor. And Heian approached and said, "Well, add a smiling face at least too." And he took the chalk and added, Heian was here, and added a smiley emote. And slowly all of us added our part, and we made this very nice vandalism mural of, yeah, we were here.
Yes, I still haven't watched that yet.
Yeah, this is still in Alexandria.
It's unwashable. They cannot remove it.
Indeed, this cannot be removed.
Look at Silverio. Silveroy.
Silver, he can write.
Sasha was here and then
Sasha
it was
was-
the hat.
Got him! Haha!
Got him.
But anyways, we were finally ready. I remember Heian approached Stain and gave her a hug, saying something on her ear, which only Liana managed to overhear, and actually we never knew what he said, because Liana's player never told anyone. It was something that he has kept secret. And also, well, we had basically a big talk like before the final boss. Like, yeah, we can do this. We are all together in this. We are ready. And so, after all of this, there's only one thing left to do. We enter the column of light, and now close. The silhouettes can be recognized. There's Alexis floating in the air, wearing a golden and silver colored tunic, and there's a strange glowing gem in her chest. And the other person is Adam, the scientist from the laboratory, but he looks different. He turns to the party with a smile and introduces himself as Jibril. And now he's got blue lines on his face, like Elzir did in the mansion. And from his back there are 8 grey-colored angel wings. And of course it was him, the one who set the barrier on the island so no one could run away. So yeah. He's a mag snake. There they are.
He's so pretty, so.
Those are his actual token. That's his actual token, and that's Alexis, but Alexander form. But yeah, I really liked how this art came out.
Yeah, it came out
It's
so
really nice.
pretty.
Yeah.
I hate that he's so pretty. And here is how my talent is revealed. I always know which dudes are the evil dudes because I get attracted to them. Like, it happens all the time.
What about Miyoshi?
You always like the bad guys. Don't you really, guys?
I actually think Yoshi's kind of interesting though. Shut up, I hate me. I hate it.
But anyways, there he is, our big bad. We finally meet the big bad of the campaign. There
Maybe
he
someday
is.
you'll get the final form.
Maybe, well, the final form. We'll see the final form. You'll see the final form. Final form is the best thing ever. But anyways, he says that it's interesting that we are here, especially looking at Ryu, Sasha, and Silverio, calling Silverio Eostra's guardian. And he says he wants to play a game with the crew. He proposes that either he wakes Alexander up now in incomplete form to fight the crew, or we wait the remaining hours until Alexander wakes up for real and destroys the entire island. And he says that no matter what happens, he has already won. This asshole. And Sasha's like, well, what if you just beat you up? And she really is like, well, if you wanna try, like if you're free to try. And well, Leon actually tried to attack him with the homunculus acid, like, you know, the very weird thing she kept like covered in a cloth. That was actually a homunculus, and it doesn't work. It's blocked by a barrier, and Jibril doesn't even flinch. And he turns to Liena and says, "Don't worry, I'm already finished with you." And he also said that Beltore Elzir had left to take care of the novels of the houses, who knew beforehand what was about to happen and decided to leave the island on their ships, but unfortunately for them it was a trap all along, because they are probably now at the bottom of the skies, because Elzir has probably killed them all. And
It was a nice way to round up.
yeah, I guess. But anyways, Jibril, well, the crew refused to take part in Jibril's game because we are like, no, go to hell. But he's like, well, you didn't have a choice in the first place. You were gonna play by my rules whether you want or not. Insert bad guy dialogue here. That he was planning on awakening Alexander anyways. So he says that he promises that if we manage to defeat the primal, he would answer us 3 questions. And so he wakes Alexander. He awakens Alexander and leaves the crew to deal with the primal, while he looks with a smirk on his face. And yes, Jibril Cristo maldito y la madre que lo parió.
Can we take a really, really short break here? I have to go 1 second.
Okay.
can talk about
Let's wait for a
something.
moment. We can.
Oh, if anyone has not noticed, Jibril is really an expert with barriers.
Yes, Jibril is an expert with barriers. That's Very fasan of you.
Kinda. I mean,
It's very.
I think
very...
one of the best spells is for not for a player, but for an evil, like a bit bad evil guy in the ending campaign is Prismatic Barrier.
Yeah.
I still haven't introduced this spell to you, but when I do, then you can understand like the mechanics behind the spell. For those who don't know, it's a 7-layer spell that you need like a different element for each barrier, and I like it a lot because it is kind of like like if
A bit
you
of
play
like a
Granblue-
puzzle.
Yeah, it's a bit like a puzzle. Like if you know Granblue and you know about Fasan, Obsidious,
Yeah.
HL Extreme Nightmare or whatever. I don't remember what it's called. I just done it like 6 times. to
Dark
make a weapon,
Rapture.
that's it. Dark Rapture, yeah. If you made like that raid, you I don't really, was it like that Dark Rapture Maniac or something?
I can't remember. No, Manika aren't right, I think. It's usually the impossible.
Right, Dark Rapture.
Impossible. Yeah. The difficult
Anyway, yes, I
version.
cleared
yeah.
that one. Yeah. The one for like
Pro
really high
Granblue
level.
player.
Yeah, it's basically a puzzle fight. You need to clear like some stuff. Like this person needs to have these characters to make this skill and clear like one debuff. But it's kind of the same. Like you have this spell that can't be dispelled. It's a barrier, and you need like clear the barrier using certain things before die or something. I really want to introduce mechanics like those with Chibril.
Yeah,
Because,
it
as you
really
later-
fits him. Really
Yeah,
fits him.
yeah, and it also has a lot of well, I don't know if you get it. No, I don't think you know it like just yet. But he has like a lot of stuff that you're just discovering, like with tiny bits of information. You can like see through for things he does. Like put the barriers or types of spells he has. What are the limits of his magic? All that stuff.
Infinite magic, limits of his magic, you say?
Yeah, and he can concentrate on more than one spell and use more than one spell per turn.
Yeah, he's just the very powerful wizard with wings. Chicken wizard.
I actually like a lot the concept that you can take like a class and make it just the final boss.
Yeah, that's
like,
it.
you take a wizard and make it like the final boss. Or you take a fighter and make it the final boss. You make a warlock and make it the final boss. Stuff like that.
Yeah.
Wizard really works well for that because it has
Worm
a lot
wizard.
of,
A worm wizard.
No, his final form isn't gonna be a worm.
It's gonna be a worm. It's gonna be a worm on a string. It is. Either that or biblically accurate Jibril. I will not take any other options.
I'll incline it to a half of biblical.
I'm gonna show you biblically accurate Jibril. And meanwhile, I'm gonna. What?
I come back and we are talking of biblically accurate Jibril.
I'm gonna show you biblically accurate Jibril. Say hello to biblically accurate Jibril.
Hello, biblically accurate Jibril.
It's amazing,
Oh,
right? I'm very proud of it.
I cannot see it in the stream, so it's like right now. Yes, biblically accurate Jibril.
There it is.
That's in his hottest form.
Yeah, it should be green though.
It should be green.
I mean, he has green eyes.
That's true.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, it
only
should be
the
green.
eyes though. Anyways, that's biblically
Yeah.
accurate Jibril. It's amazing.
That's
Anyways.
gonna be his final form. I won't accept no other Cirno. That's
That's the
final.
true Jibril. And it's time for battle music! Ta-ta-ta-ta! Alexander
Yeah.
time! So, the battle against Alexander begins, and it starts with Alexander saying, "The astral judge Alexander stands on the court," and yeah, Alexander is a primal with the power of judging, like we heard in when Heian found some information, is that it judged the astrals guilty and just yeeted them off the face of the island. So anyways, that's more or less. Actually, I drew this. I made this drawing while we were fighting Alexander.
It was a really long battle. It was
Yeah.
like a 6-hour battle or something like that. It was crazy.
Yeah, but I think it was like 5 hours. And we were
5
so
hours.
hyped for this battle that we did it like 2 days later instead of waiting on the day where we always made the sessions. We just said, you know what, let's do it this day. We need to finish this. God. So
good.
Alex extends her hands, well, Alexander now, and an amber flame appears on one and a purple one on the other, and 2 giant columns of light of the same colors fall at each side, and there also appear 6 chainers, Alexander's servants, which are like those cubes with chains, if I'm not mistaken. You drew them once.
I have them if you want. If
Yeah,
you want the image,
I can show
give it
them.
to you.
Yeah, wait, I
Yeah.
think.
Give me a second. I actually designed the chainers like recently.
Actually, I do have it in hand. I can.
Ah, you do? Okay.
Yeah,
I was gonna get them from Twitter.
there it
They've
is.
been really good at designing objects.
Designing cubes
The only
and
I'm not
rocks.
good with anatomy, but I can be proud of myself designing.
This is a chainer. They have these weird chains that appear and they trap you. And basically, the chainers try to bind us to a spot. They try to immobilize us while the columns moved. And the columns, basically, if they touched you, they practically disintegrated you.
It was like
It's kind of a
28
puzzle.
or something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of a puzzle mechanic battle. Well, not that puzzle, but it was a mechanic in which you had to avoid being restrained by the chainers, so you could keep running away from the columns. Otherwise, the columns would disintegrate you. Yay!
Yeah, and I use at that point, for this fight, I used one of the ¿cómo se diría consejo? So,
Advice?
advice. One of the advices from Matthew Colville, a great DM. That was that, to get use the minion mechanic from 4th edition. That was that there were monsters of 1 HP. And it was like, it made sense for this battle because they had 1 HP and they were probably gonna restrain a lot of you. So it was like you need to destroy them before you like get trapped and die.
Yeah. Fortunately, we didn't give us much trouble. We were able to deal with them super easily. Yeah.
Yeah, that was because the spellcasters like Gashu, who had Minute More Meteor, could target a lot of these.
Yeah, a lot of them.
And also, one of my favorite cleric spells, really good. If you're playing cleric, you wanna get and use all the time. All the fucking time. How is like a...
Inflict wounds? Or
No,
chill?
no, it was... No, it's
The
an area
weapon.
spell.
Spirit Guardian.
Spirit Guardians.
Did you have Spirit
spell.
Guardians by then? I think you did.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a third
It's
level.
a 3rd level.
Oh.
It's a third
Oh
level.
yeah, that
Yeah.
you did. Yeah, right. And so,
It's just that now I normally throw it at 5. Just because it's really good. It's just really good.
so, right at the beginning of the battle, I remember. Actually, I have most of the battle written. I have everything that happened.
Good, because I actually lost the battle, so that's gonna
What?
be a nice refresher. I lost the document of the battle.
I think you sent the document to us once. It should be somewhere. Yeah,
I'm gonna look for it.
We should have the link somewhere. And so I remember Drew in his turn said to Maximilian, "You don't have to do this, Maximilian. You shouldn't be the one to do this to your sister." And Maximilian said, "It doesn't matter. My sister is at my side." And Maximilian ran to buff his actual sister, and they attacked Alexander. And I also, it was a very cool moment in which Maximilian was like, "Yeah, this isn't my sister. Buff is my actual sister, the person who I actually consider my sister." That was a very nice moment. And in Lena's turn, she told Drew something. She told him a code, like VN1 V317 2008, and that's actually a code for something. It was something we didn't know at the time. She just said that on the spot, and that was it. And Drew was like, "What?" But anyways, the battle went on, and after a while, Alexander pushed everyone back with an expansive wave, and a barrier rose around her, and everyone got ready to attack again. And then the light columns vanished, and when the barrier disappeared, Alexander had changed form from Alexander Jury to Alexander Judge. Alexander has 3 forms, and they are Jury, Judge, and we'll see what the third one is in a bit. But now, instead of the flames, she was holding 2 swords, of one blade with the color of each flame. And then, in our heads, Alexander asked, "Are you guilty or innocent?" And suddenly everyone remembered everything they had ever felt guilty of. In a second, everyone's regrets flashed through their minds, from stealing from a box of cookies to actual murder. And everyone except Jiu and Gashu, they answered guilty. We had to actually answer out loud if we were guilty or innocent. And everyone said guilty but them. And of course Buff, who couldn't speak. And those who answered innocent, they were instantly damaged. And Buff, of course, she couldn't answer, but she got damaged because she wasn't able to say she was guilty. But yeah, in Alexander's eyes, everyone is guilty. So Alexander punished them for saying they were innocent.
Oh, I think I found it. No, I didn't find it. This is not.
And well, the battle went on for a while until another barrier rose around Alexander. And when the barrier disappeared, Alex had changed again. And of course, it was Alexander Executioner. You were right.
Yeah.
Nice guess. That was exactly it. Like, now she was wearing full black armor, and her swords had become claws instead of swords. Now she had claws. And then, ready to execute everyone's sentences, she said, "I will proceed to eliminate those guilty." And she started attacking more directly and fiercely, like the attacks became way more powerful. She also started counter-attacking when people attacked her, and
yeah,
it was a very nice.
It was like a really nice change of pace like this. I think I made her have 3 or 4 phases. I don't remember.
3. They were 3. This was the last one.
3. This was the last one, right?
Oh yeah, and Gashu was also attacking with minute meteors, which attack in like various squares. But of course, there were people attacking at melee range at Alexander. So Gashu's meteors also hit Heian and Meian, who were attacking at melee at melee range.
One thing you have to take away when you're a spellcaster is like there's some combats that your spells are not gonna work all the time.
Yeah.
And you have to, you have to realize that as a spellcaster. It sucks, but it happens.
I mean, I think spellcasters in D&D are like, I mean, if you're a fighter, you know what you're getting into. You are clearly a DPS or half a tank, and you're someone who is very resistant and does a lot of damage and attacks a lot. But casters are usually like really flexible. So the thing is, you always take damage spells. You're not gonna use them all.
Yeah.
Have like 3, 4, and then a lot of support, because battles are won by supporting your allies or through strategy, not like brute forcing damage.
Yeah, that's what I do now usually. I just try to focus more on support and on trying to use things that can like affect negatively just because I want to do damage.
Yeah. Anything that it's a debuff, cancels an area, or just straight takes someone out of the fight by using a spell is a good way to like improve the chance of survival.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't want to do damage, you want to like take a... Listen, spellcasters have like a lot of damage, alright?
Casting
they have
fire.
disintegrate, fireball, right? They have a lot of damaging spells, but slow, haste,
Very fire.
fire, heat metal.
I miss casting fireball, I have to be honest.
You should do it more. It's
I
fine.
still use a super high spell slot to cast goons once per battle, but you have to realize that sometimes it's better to use
Yeah.
as a spellcaster.
I mean, it's funny. That doesn't mean that you don't shine. When a haste lands, like when you throw a haste on someone, you are getting the spotlight too, because that is thanks to you. Like every time buff gets big because someone throws a large at her, I mean, that's kind of hype.
Yes, kaiju buff.
Just for the meme, I mean, it's a second level spell and you're still excited about it.
Yes.
It's not that.
It's great.
You give a large haste, you can throw everything to one person and it becomes a killing machine, and you're just like supporting, and that's fine.
Yeah.
You're multiplying the damage or using utility to cancel zones.
Yeah, that's also fun, like trying combos with the others, like trying to find something that can work well with someone's way of attacking. That's also very nice.
And it also depends on the strategy you try to adopt.
Yeah,
But still, I miss fireball. I wanna use fireball.
Don't you get like fire wall already?
Actually, I don't think
Mayan,
so.
no, Bard doesn't get that.
Bart doesn't get fire wall.
Yeah.
The wall spells, I think they have the non-damage ones, like Wall of Force and stuff like that.
But actually, I could have wall of fire because I have magical secrets, and then my lore bard. I can use spells from other classes. Yay!
For example,
we'll
like Heian and Mayan are really like damaging spellcasters, because Blade Singers is what they do. It's a really class heavy. It's a really combat heavy class. You are there to dodge and tank a bit, and like use like very hitting spells and stuff like that. But I mean, they still use like haste, slow, some stuff like that.
As a death cleric, I can say that I heal as much as I do damage. It's really balanced.
Yeah, that's nice.
Every class is balanced. It has a lot of, for example, Druid or Bard, which people consider like supports. They have like, Druid has like Wall of Thorns that it does an incredible amount of damage. Like it's incredibly insane. It's a 7th level spell and it's incredible good.
Can't wait to play a Druid next campaign. I never run.
Druid is really
looking forward to it.
Of...
I'm gonna be the mega super support, being a Druid cleric.
You
Yeah.
never tired of supporting. I want stupid with my character afterwards. I'm tired of being like nice.
Go for it. Just go ape shit.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just
I
gonna
mean,
quit.
yeah. Let's get on.
let's continue.
Let's get on
So,
with it.
fortunately, Hayden and Mayan could dodge the meteors easily because they have very high dodging ability, they have very high AC, and they can dodge very easily. But yeah. At last, we got Alexander completely surrounded. And I remember this very, very well. And it's just that every single square around Alexander had someone attacking at melee.
Yeah.
Completely surrounded, and Maximilian was right in front of her, while Buff was right behind her. This was like the last attack, the final attack, and it was those two. It was like super perfect. It was so perfect. Like
And I
Maximilian
didn't
was,
plan for it.
yeah.
Like, I really didn't plan for it.
And it was Maximilian was just about to stab the primal in the core with his sword, but at the last moment he hesitates. But right then, Buff grabs the blade, just right away with her hand. She grabs the blade directly with her hand and gives him the final push. And at last, Maximilian gives the final blow, and a bright column of light comes out from Alex, pushing everyone with a last expansive wave. And when the wave fades, Maximilian and Buff are no longer there.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, you found it! Yay!
I found it.
Nice.
I also have Setanta and Lieutenant.
Nice. Well, those are for later.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I also have a Zir here.
You. Be gone. Be gone.
I really like that battle. That was my favorite battle. Look at
Be gone. I don't want to hear anything. I hate that guy. Anyways. But well. Let me check. Oh yeah. This was actually, we didn't know what happened to them at that moment, but they were actually having a last battle against Alexander. Mental battle in which they were speaking directly with Alexander, each Maximilian on his side and Buff on her side, and there was actually a written text about this. This was an extra text that Cirno sent us after the battle, and it was very cool.
It was really foreshadowing for something.
Yeah. And after a while, after this battle, they told Alexander that they were gonna show them how to properly judge the people of the skies. And they acquired Alexander's power. Basically now, Buff and Maximilian, they are the judge and executioner of the skies because they have Alexander's powers. Ta-da! And well,
they are still getting used to it even to this.
yeah,
It's
they're
not
still
something
getting
they
used
can-
to it, but that's it. Now they have Alexander's power and are gonna show Alexander how to properly judge people from the skies. Like, you can just go around and just call everyone guilty. You got to judge properly. And hello, welcome. We are telling D&D stories today. So, Buff and Maximilian reappear, and they are wearing strange outfits similar to Alex's tunic. And there are gems also similar to Alex, the gem Alex had on her chest, and their eyes are glowing. And just like as they fall the ground, they fall unconscious. They just, well, I'm gonna change the music because now things are a bit more quiet. But I don't have like, I'm gonna have this one that is like quiet. Yeah.
This one's
Dun,
good.
dun, dun. This one's good. So, well, not exactly that fitting for the scene that's about to come, but I don't have anything
but-
better, but well, it will do. So, they are unconscious and they don't wake up. They are just lying there with their new outfits, their new weird outfits. And right then, Jibril appears again. Jibril showed up once again. And Gashu tells him, well, looks like your checkmate hasn't worked. And Jibril was like, oh no, I already got what I wanted. So, what are your 3 questions? At which we notice that Jibril has some sort of red gem in his hand. We don't know what that is. And yeah, Jibril offered to answer our 3 questions like he promised. And Gashu takes the lead and directly asks what the gem on his hand is. And Jibril says that it's called a Clifoth. And said, well, this is your first question then. And right then, Liana cast silence on the group in a way of saying, hey, shut up. She moved outside the area. Liana moved outside the area where she had cast silence. And she asked if they were sure if they wanted to hear what Jibril wanted to say. Because his words are worth nothing. That's what she said. And Ryu said that he and Sasha wanted to talk to him since he surely knows something about Suriel and Eldia and also Eostra. And it seems like Lena's about to say something else, but she wants to respect their wishes. So she removes the silence area and leaves. Standing far away from the group and outside of the reach of Jibril's words, she just left. And since Mayan wasn't feeling like hearing Jibril out as well, she also went with Lena and they both left. Because they were like, no, screw this guy. We are leaving. So, we went back to face Jibril. Ryu took up the word and he asked Jibril what Suriel, Haniel, and Eostra are. Because now, after the interaction with Elzir, in which he called Eldia Haniel, we know that Haniel / Eldia is probably also one of the primals like Suriel and Jibril. And Jibril said that the first 2, Suriel and Haniel, are like angels that are inferior to him, like errors and defects. That's what he called them, defects. And that Eostra is a defense mechanism against the superior angels, which are Jibril himself, and the 3 others that Eostra mentioned, like Michael, Azrael, and Israfil. And he doesn't say anymore, but he hints that there's more behind that. And the third and last question, after debating with the group, with our telepathic communication, we let Drew have the last question. And he asked, how can I free Suriel? And Jibril said that freeing isn't exactly the word, and that if they remember Elzir, the easiest way is to accept the pact and fuse together. That if that were to happen, one of their personalities would override the other. But he says that it's probably the only way. And he suggests that if we want more information, we should visit a certain library on the island. And after that, he looks at us with this smug snake face, which we all want to punch. And
But that's also so pretty.
come on. He's an asshole. He's also an asshole.
I know. He's kind of cute.
He's a snake. Snake with wings.
But, Yomi,
What?
I'm horny.
Come on. Bonk. Anyways, after that, he walked away and disappeared behind what remained of the statue of Alexander in the square. That was it. That was our first encounter with our big bad Jibril. What an asshole. We hate this guy.
Yeah, we hate him. Totally hate him.
I mean, he's a good villain in the sense that we all hate him.
Yeah, I make him hate. I mean, I make him hateful. That's a point.
Yeah. He's very hateable. Yeah.
That's the word.
Meanwhile, me and Lena had their own talk. Lena said she didn't want to hear what Jibril had to say, and Mayan told her that she was here for the same reason. And I remember Lena also said that she should have stopped Gashu for talking too much and wasting the first question and being the biggest source of friendly fire during the battle. And Mayan was like, no, but don't stop people. And Mayan said that she would lower Gashu's salary for doing all that stuff. And
nice little reference there.
And Lena asked if she could be alone a bit with the voices on her head, but Mayan told her she would stay as well, so they both sit on the floor and Lena fell asleep. And then Lena had a dream. She was playing chess against the voices in her head, and there was a woman in the dream, and there was also the alchemist, the original Maxwell alchemist, this guy. Ta-da! I made him a token anyways, even though he's just voice in Lena's head. And well, it was a very cryptic writing that Lena's player showed us later. And basically, at first, she was just talking to them and playing chess. Let me check the notes. She was like, Lena lost the chess game in the dream, and she was like stabbed by something in the dream, and Maxwell, the alchemist, left her to sleep. But someone's voice woke her up. It was her mother. It was Lena's mother's voice. She was saying that she was pained that she wouldn't be able to see her daughter's 15th birthday, but that she's no longer alone. And just then, Lena's wounds close. But it seems like her mother's time is almost over. But Lena can't seem to say anything, like in a dream. And then her mother says, this is something that we probably didn't understand very well at that time, because we didn't fully know some things about Lena. But her mother said that, did you know, Lena? Alexander can judge constructs as they are. Its influence is limited to living beings as a concept, with both body and mind. Having seen your sins on the scale means that these 800 years haven't been in vain. Finally, you have gained the right to have a soul. Now go, live, and be happy.
So,
yeah, it was
That
very
makes me emotional. Lena always makes me emotional.
Yeah, Lena has very emotional moments. And then his players always like wanting to kill her. No.
Where are you? Are you watching us? I hate you. I love you.
Yeah, maybe he's watching us. You know who you are.
You know who you are, you damn. You
But
always
well,
make me cry.
meanwhile, the rest take a moment to recover and heal. And Mayo tried to heal Maximilian to see if he woke up, but he didn't react. So after she made sure that the rest were fine, she went to check on Mayan and Liena. And I drew this because I am very weak and I had to do this and I love them a lot and I cry. But anyways, Mayo just
You
sat
are very
beside
weak.
at the other side and she spent some time like chilling and deep in thought. And this was when Mayo was like wondering if there was like anything else she could do for them, like to help, because all she knows, besides what they taught her, was making incense and perfume. All the best things she knew about magic she had learned from Heian and Mayan in the last weeks. So it was here when Mayan suggested that she tried to mix both things, like using magic with her perfumes, and that's the start of Mayo's perfumist class. But she still wouldn't get the perfumist class yet. But yeah, that's where she got the idea of using magic perfumes. And anyways, after that, Iris and Heian also talked a bit. And Heian told Iris that especially now that they are involved with Jibril, that they should all stick together. Oh yeah, I forgot something very important. It wasn't on the notes. Why isn't this on the notes?
Wait, what?
Like when we asked Jibril about... Well, when Gacho asked Jibril about the Cliffos, Jibril pointed at Silverio and told him something. And when Silverio opened his hand, there was a blue gem in his hand, like similar to Jibril's red gem thing. Like Silverio had like a similar gem but blue, and that's actually very very important thing that for some reason it's not in the summary. No.
Is the MacGuffin of this campaign?
The MacGuffins of this campaign, yeah, the collectibles of good and bad.
I mean, there's always stuff like that.
Yeah, always. But anyways, after that, well, Silverio is having very big regrets because he feels like he hasn't been able to help Alex. He thought that Alex was his friend, but even though she wasn't Alex anymore, he still feels guilty. And well, Dual told him they could go help wounded people around the city later, so try to reassure him a bit. And meanwhile, inside Ryu's head, there's another conversation taking place, because since he heard Jibril's words, he has been ready to sacrifice himself for Tsuriel. Because Jibril said, if you want to free Tsuriel, you should fuse with her. And Ryu is ready to do that, because he's down and he all feels useless always. And Tsuriel says she doesn't want that there must be another way, and that he's being selfish for not considering her feelings, or the crew's feelings, or Arya's feelings, like your sister's feelings, and instead believing a liar like Jibril. And they got into an argument. They got into a very bad argument, and Drew yells at her that this is the only thing he's good for. Tsuriel gets very pissed off at him and leaves him alone with his thoughts, and refuses to talk to him for hours.
For some hours, yes.
Yeah.
Which is good, because Drew totally deserved that you put That's
true. That will teach you. And so it's time to get a move on. So Silverio and Drew decide to carry Buff, who waits a lot. And Dual proposes that he and Ibris try to carry Maximilian, but Dual has negative strength. He rolled a 2 minus 2, which turned out a 0, and left Ibris to drag Maximilian along the floor.
Yeah, not the first time that's gonna happen too.
Yeah. Well, getting rolls that start at a 0 are very, very, very funny every time it happens. And suddenly Ibris notices that Maximilian weighs a bit less, and when he turns back, he realizes that Ruby's helping carry Maximilian, and she's looking at Dual with a judging stare for being a disaster.
I'm a spellcaster, come on. I had to dump some stat, and strength was the most normal one to
Yeah,
dump.
we really aren't the party made for strength. We are a lot of people with negative strength.
That's why the next one you have a lot of strength.
Don't eat God, Isabel. Don't eat God. Thank you, God, for the kind words. And well,
That's so cute.
still things have calmed down for now. And and Mayan carried Liena, who was still sleeping on her arms. And
She's baby.
after that, we reunited with the rest of the group. Some of the Friar Gurri's party were wounded, so we helped them. And Gillian's group were fine, and Tanya was also fine. We healed them because they had been facing against the robots and all the paladins and stuff. And at least everything went well. So we decided to go back, just to go back to the harbor and all. And halfway on the way there, Sarin showed up. Because, he always shows up in the most unexpected moments, our favorite detective.
He does. He always does.
Yeah. And, well, basically, Gillian asked saw Maximilian and Buff in their new outfits. And he instantly knew what had happened. He's like, oh, so Maximilian and Buff are my god now.
That's gonna be weird.
Yeah.
And that kid that used to annoy you when when he was little, he used to try to rob you. Now he's your god.
No, he's your god.
Oh, they are actually technically cousins.
Yeah, they are cousins. And well, when Sarin showed up, he told Victor that, I left Strat in your bar. I left the old guy I kidnapped in your bar, and Victor was like, God damn it.
Yeah, Sarin pretty much does whatever he wants.
Yeah. I feel like he's been doing what he wants since he was a kid. Because he was also on the group of like Maximilian's childhood friends, but he was one of Victor's kids, so he wasn't.
Yeah, he had a bit of a different upbringing. He also was the oldest one.
Yep. I feel like he was like just this older kid who just hung around the place whenever he wanted.
He was trying to be a thief.
Yeah.
A different kind of thief.
Different kind of thief. Phantom thief.
A politician.
You are not wrong.
Well,
actually,
he technically is now. What?
Yeah.
So, while we were explaining to Sarin what had happened, Drew summarized it in this way. He said, "It seems like Alexander was controlled by a guy named Adam, who is actually Jibril." And Sarin was like, "Doesn't ring a bell. Who is that?" And Dual says, "His ass was an 8."
It's one of the truths that we know about Jibril. He's evil, he's the final enemy, and his eyes is an
That is an 8.
And also at that point, I kinda, noticed that Sarin was gay, so
Yeah.
he understands.
And well, but it was such a random answer, like Sarin asking, I don't know, who was that? And well, his answer was an 8. And so, the conversation became a bit more casual now that things had calmed down. And well, let me turn up the music a bit because this music is a bit more quiet. It's very nice. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. And it ended up with Sarin and Dual talking about Heian and Teine, like they like to gossip and things. And Sarin told Dual that he could get more spicy information about them, like spying them probably, which is not very nice of you, in exchange for gold.
His job.
But yeah, Sarin is a detective, a spy, and also a phantom thief. But well, Dual is also interested in the offer, Dual is interested in the offer, but he's also interested in something else. He wants to ask for another favor, which is to investigate about Jerome, his old subordinate, who is now in the hospital after the explosion in the laboratory. And yeah, Sarin asked, and who would that be? And Dual answered, some dude who believes himself to be very smart and above everyone else, but is actually just a nobody. Dual was just so salty.
He actually doesn't think that.
What? What did you say?
That Jerome doesn't think that, but.
Yeah, poor Jerome. And well, for 2017 gold, Sarin told him that he could investigate both about Jerome and about Heian and Teine. And well, Dual accepted the
2000,
deal.
you said?
2070.
270.
270. God, I always mistake 100 and 1,000.
It's okay, I always mistake Thursday and Tuesday.
That's also classic. Yeah, 270, yeah. And so the party remembered that they should probably go rest somewhere, and they thought about the nail. But it also, think about the nail reminded them of the incident with Heian and Teine when they fought in front of the nail. And we should probably speak with the innkeeper first, don't you think? So we all looked at Heian, and Heian was like, what? I didn't burn down the inn this time. And Dual was like, and Dual was like, well, Teine did break a couple things. And Teine was just silent. And Heian like, Teine, what did you break? Teine didn't answer. Heian like, Teine. So Heian just went and she didn't answer. The rest started recounting what she did, like breaking a window, throwing Captain Segura through the broken window, breaking a hole on the floor, and Heian was like, Teine, how big was that hole? And Teine just looked away in silence, and Heian dragged her to Klaus, the innkeeper. And from far away we could see Heian lowering Taine's head in apology, like bowing and forcibly, please forgive us, and giving him money in compensation.
This is my future wife, he's dumb.
For Teine. And well,
fine, Heian also has one brain cell.
Yeah, they both have one brain cell.
Heian has half, and he shares him.
Yeah, they share brain cells. Anyways, they managed to get Klaus forgiveness. So we also informed Sarin that the nobles of the houses are probably dead, and from now on, Alexandria is gonna have to go do some big changes. And anyways, after that, Sarin said that he and Kendrick would take care of the government. So yay, politicians.
Politician.
Yeah. The special point of this is Sarin was manipulating everything above even Azure, just so he could actually be the governor and change things for good, doing it in his way.
Everyone here is manipulating everything. It's like the island of masterminds. I hate it.
It's a fun city.
What is this, Bleach? All your life has been my manipulation.
Something like that.
Oh my god. But yeah. After that, a lot of people also died in this whole accident. So yeah, some people also left. One would also leave from now on. So mostly the city is mostly desert now, and most people who remain are mostly locals who had no way of leaving or didn't want to. So yeah, Alexandria is about to change a lot, and while the rest leave the harbor, the twins and Taine decide to stay behind to talk for a bit.
Okay.
And Hen and Mayan went to talk in private at Heian's room. The captain's quarters, and Min was like very confident, like, well, this wasn't as bad as you told me it would be, but Heian says that it would have been much worse if Alexander had been a battle primal. There was also an extra text that we read after the battle. This didn't happen in session, it was like some extra writing that Cirno sent us. Basically, now that everyone in the party is involved, we will have to stay together until we can defeat Jibril, because if we get separated, Jibril's gonna kill us one by one, and it's not a good idea. And here, Mayan tried to convince Heian to retake their arcane dances, because they would help them be stronger, but Heian doesn't want to, because after all, he lost his arm after a certain dance. Like, Heian has a metal arm, a prosthetic arm, and he lost his arm after doing a certain dance, and he knows the dangers it implies. Mayan tries to convince him, saying that he should do it for Liena, that it doesn't have to be the dangerous ones, but Heian knows that deep down Mayan is just scared and doesn't want to admit it. That she's also scared of everything. But he tells her that it's alright to admit being scared after all this time, and accedes to give Liena a notebook with a few non-dangerous dances, and that they can all reunite later to start practicing. I love Mayan. No need to be scared, Mayan. You're the best. You're the best. She's the best.
It must be nice having, your character's special person there.
She's the best.
Also Yomi is a special person, by the way.
Mayan is the best. I love her so much.
The Mayan is the best.
Mayan is the best.
The mayor is the best. Why is this?
The mayor one.
The stupid Final Fantasy VII reference.
Final Fantasy. Haven't played Final Fantasy VII. But anyways, I love Mayan. I should just go back and find the the collage again.
Come on, you're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. Yeah, that's very...
Look at that sidebook though.
No, come on. I mean,
No,
yes, but then let's not say this on stream.
God just call us wholesome, and you're ruining our image now.
You're ruining your image now.
There was no image.
There was no image.
No,
We were never wholesome. We were always bonk.
no, punk. Just appreciating Mayan. She's the best. I love Mayan. Anyways, like I was saying, the rest
You
of the
think
party
that
went.
you loved somebody.
So the rest of the party arrived at the nail, and we got the rooms again, and we left Maximilian above resting in each room. And oh yeah, this was a very funny moment. The guys were at their room, and Wal just went straight to the shower, and Ryu lied down on the bed. That's why he's sideways. He tried to tell us to take a short rest, but Wal was singing in the shower, and it wouldn't let him rest because he kept singing. And
There
well,
was never rest.
after that, Ibris also went to take a shower while Dual was just taking his time making his eyeliner. And right then, somebody knocked at the door, and Ibris opened the door, and it was Owarin striking a dramatic pose and saying, "The envoy of the Platinum Dragon has arrived to oh my god," because Ibris was still like wrapped in a towel, and Ibris was like, "Oh, wait a moment." And Ibris closed the door and went to dress himself, and well, Silvery opened the door instead and said hello to Owarin, and well, Owarin asked if he could speak with Maximilian, but Silvery told him that Maximilian is sleeping. And I remember Owarin was also like, "Can I come in though?" Because he was still just at the door, and Ibris was like, "Just wait a moment." I can translate it properly in English because there's no expression accurate enough to the impact of "que te esperes, coño." So yeah.
Yes, Spanish language is such a beautiful one.
Yeah, fortunately
I
there's
shit on the milk.
shit on the milk. Yes, that's Spanish.
That means me cago en la leche.
Me cago en la leche. Yeah, it's important that there's no expression that can like express accurately the impact it has. So yeah. Basically, Ibris just tells him to wait, and oh yeah, this part, I love this exchange. Like, Owarin asked if we have tried to wake Maximilian up, and he's like, "Well, maybe he will wake up with a slap. Maybe if you slap him." And Ibris is like, "Well, we haven't tried, but go ahead, you face the consequences." And Owarin went and slapped Maximilian, and of course Maximilian didn't wake up. And Owarin is like, "Well, I'm no doctor, but I think he's very asleep."
I mean, he's a pragmatic one. That's for sure.
No shit, Sherlock.
Oh my god. So anyways, Silverio asked Owarin what happened to Mai, because what happened to Mai? And Owarin shows him a ring. Apparently, after we left the Enfield mansion, the Canid robots that were inside the laboratory, they were still working, and they attacked them, and Mai died.
Not quite exactly that. I mean, that happened, but mine was at straws because she actually was missing like a literal part of her chest.
Oh
When
yeah,
you
Mai was very
when
wounded.
you
Like you remember the magic aura that Mai had? It was Warin hiding her wounds with a spell.
my asked him to do that,
Yeah.
so the others wouldn't worry.
But I remember that you said that the robots came out of the mansion. And
Yeah.
things got a bit bad.
The thing is
But
that
yeah.
they take out her ability to regenerate. Buff and might have like a specific type of regeneration on short rest and stuff like that. It's like one of their back. How do you say that? Backgrounds.
Background.
This little skill you have in the background.
Oh yeah.
Theirs is like they can like regenerate more HP by doing short rest and stuff like that. But by throwing out part of her chest because of the attack she shielded throughout the other fairies with her body, she lost that ability, so she couldn't like heal herself at that moment.
Yeah, unfortunate. So yeah, Mai is technically dead, but not really because she's still in the ring. And Warin gave Silverio the ring. And when Silverio put on the ring, he heard Mai's voice like, "Hey, yeah, I'm in the ring. Technically I have died, but I'm still here, so..."
Second time's the charm.
Yay! Well, they left Mai's gun with Maximilian and Ubis. And Silverio went to the girls' room to bring Buff the ring. But of course, Buff was still asleep, so yeah. Oh yeah, and this part, Owain followed Silverio, and when they knocked on the door, inside the room, Lena was like, "Oh no," and she grabbed the gun for caution. And Sasha was like, "Lena, what are you doing with that?" And Lena was like, "Oh right." She put away the gun, and she took out the grenade launcher, and Sasha like, "Yeah, that's much better."
Poor Owain. He didn't do anything wrong.
But anyways, yeah, no grenades were launched after they opened the door, fortunately, and the two informed them about my situation, and they left the ring with Buff. After that, Warren asked if we had a free bed in the rooms, so he could stay until Maximilian woke up, but it seemed like we were already a lot of people, so they went to ask at the guy's room, and Dual said, "Well, we've got just the amount of beds for us. Silverio, how many of us are there?" And Silverio started counting, like 1, 2, 8, 5. "I'm sorry, Owain, there are 10 beds and there are 6 of us. There aren't enough for everyone." But well, in the end, Owain just said, "Well, I'm just gonna sleep in a sleeping bag." And Ibris is like, "Well, why did you want a bed if you already have a sleeping bag?" And Owain's like, "Well, a bed is way more comfortable, duh." So we had a small break, except for Drew, because everyone just kept talking. He couldn't get his short rest. So we got to get some food. We went to get some food. And Megan was complaining about the food all the time. That she wanted to demand something better. But Well was like, "Well, that's just how the food is like here." But anyways. After the meal, Hen and Drew went... Wait, what? Yeah.
One thing. The food here was like inspired in English food, which I can't say because I tried it. It is that bad.
I haven't tried, so I can't say anything, but...
Same here.
I visited Drew's player when he was, living in London for a time. And the best thing that we eat while I was visiting was a kebab.
A kebab? Yeah,
that doesn't
kebab
fail.
is good.
Kebab doesn't fail. He doesn't betray you.
So after the meal, Heian went to rest for a while before going to the library with Ryu, because they were gonna investigate about this library that Jibril mentioned. It was time to investigate to find this library, because it surely wasn't the normal library. It had to be something else. So Mayo gave Liena the notebooks and the letters she found in the laboratory, so she could decode them, and then went to help Mayan build some sort of machine. And well, after that, since Liena was alone in the other room, Sasha invited her to go with her and Ruby to visit Sarin. Liena went with them, yeah. And since Dual wanted to visit Strat at Victor's bar, but since he promised Silverio he would go help the people from the city, he changed his plans. So he asked Ibris if he could go in his stead, and the ranger accepted, and Gashu joined Ibris to visit. So Silverio and Dual would go help people, and Ibris and Gashu would go visit Eden. Well, Eden with where Victor was now back at. They went to Eden. There they are, and they were like, Gashu asked Victor, so how is Strat doing? And Victor was like, he won't shut the fuck up. He's locked up because he won't leave me alone. He won't stop telling me about robots. I know about robots. I have worked on robots. Are you here to take him away? Please say so. And Ibris was like, nah, we're just here to check up on him. And Victor's like, God damn it. But he was so tired of Strat telling him about robots. And he was like, God, I know about robots, shut up. So yeah, Strat was locked up in Maximilian's old room. And he seemed fine, just as eccentric as everyone remembered.
You still haven't told him that Buff is actually an android.
Yeah, we're probably not gonna tell him.
Yeah,
he has some kind of obsession with android girls, so no. For Buff's own good and for Strat's own good, we are not gonna tell him.
Oh no, it's for his own good, I mean, actually.
Yeah, but we don't want Buff to be uncomfortable.
Yes.
So anyways, they went to talk to Strat, and he seemed fine. He said he preferred to stay here because now the Earth Empire must be looking for him, and he just wants to stay here to develop his project. And Sarin has promised him good things, so he trusts him now. And well, since everything's good here, Ibris informed Dual through the mental channel, and when Dual heard about the Earth Empire, he realized that they must be looking for him too. So after Dual and Silverio spent some time assisting the medics and rescuing and healing people around the city, they decided to reunite with the other two at the bar, and they spent some time just drinking. And also, Dual has no care and sense of self-preservation, so he kept referring to himself as the Great Dual, even after hearing about that he's being looked even after hearing that the Earth Empire is probably looking for him. He was like, yes, the Great Dual, I am the Great Dual, all glory to the Great Dual. And yeah,
to be fair,
good job, Dual.
They took their sweet time finding me.
That's
I
true.
look a lot smaller and, kind of cuter.
But anyways, they spent some time drinking and just spending some time chatting. And the most important thing that happened here, I think, is that Gashu showed them some pictures of his wife and children. His wife Fiba and his two children, Nea and Mir, who aren't gonna show up in a long time, but yeah, they are there. They saw them that day.
They exist.
yeah, they exist. And also they joked around a bit too much about how Alexandria is now in ruins, and Victor didn't take it very well. And when they left the bar, they didn't realize that except for Silverio, each of them were missing 20 gold pieces. They were missing 20 gold because Victor's kid had stolen from them.
Ah, yes, the true final boss.
The true final boss, Victor's kid. The most powerful. So, meanwhile, let me check. Missing something. I can find the part where I can find the part I'm looking for. No, there it is. Yay. So after that, Sasha, Ruby, and Lena, they went to visit Sarin to see how he was doing and to ask him about this library. And it seems that they found out that there's a rumor of astral ruins near the third reactor. But Sarin seems to be in a bit of a hurry, so they don't take very long to leave. But yeah, some interesting rumors about some ruins. And on the way back, they crossed paths with the Black Knight.
Yes, Granblue reference.
There was the Black Knight, followed by around 30 years the soldiers for some reason. And they were like, whoa. Let's not do anything. They just casually passed by without catching their attention, but boom, Black Knight. Yeah, she's great. I love the Black Knight so much. But yeah, that was a nice cameo. That was one of the official Granblue cameos we've had. And well, meanwhile, he and Andrew also went to investigate to the other library, and they found some more information about some astral ruins. Like there's a rumor about some little astral library ruins somewhere in the forest, and that there's like a magic field, like some sort of magic field in the forest. So that's something to go check out. And meanwhile, Maya and Mayan were building some sort of device, and it's some sort of sending machine, like to send messages. And while they were working, Mayan told Mayo that there were plans to intervene on what's happening at Raichi Island, but that they are waiting to contact a group of mercenaries for help first, at Heian's recommendation. And thanks to what an informant has discovered, they have learned about a place where multiple refugees have been imprisoned for some reason, and there have been executions, so the plan is to try to get the prisoners out of there as soon as possible. And unfortunately, there are no news about Mayo's parents, so sadness. But, well, Mayo asks her about where she and Heian are gonna go next, and Mayan tells her that they are gonna go to Starkey Island. But as she mentioned last time, it's gonna be more of a family matter thing, so Heian and Mayan are gonna go to Starkey Island on their own for personal reasons, and meanwhile the rest of the crew are gonna have to go on another kind of quest. So yeah, but right then, Maximilian wakes up. He shows up at the door. He enters the room, and Mayo tells him about what happened and where everyone else is, and that Buff hasn't woken up yet. And well, it turns out that it's because Maximilian has to reactivate her, and he does so. He reactivates Buff, and the two say that they are gonna have to leave for a week, They also confirmed that the gems in their chest are Alexander's core divided in two, but basically they're gonna have to be out for a week because they have something to attend to. And let me check. And well, when the rest arrive at the nail, Owarin said goodbye and left as well, since he also had talked to Maximilian before he left. So after sharing our newfound information, we decided to go investigate the forest to see if we could find the library, the astral ruins. And I remember at this point Mayo asked that we should be careful since it's possible that we might find Elzir there. And Heian is like, I don't know, if he shows up, we'll just kill him or something. And Mayo was like, yeah, that would be nice. But anyways, after everyone is up to date, Heian called Liena and gave her a notebook. It contained notes and instructions on the family dances so she can start practicing them. And he told her that at the ship at 3 a.m. they're gonna be practicing. So that the three out siblings, they're gonna start practicing dances again. And Dual gives Liena a cupcake to celebrate, but Heian and Mayo told her to just keep it after dinner, like they are just being the parents. And Liena was like, it's fine, I can do a magic trick. I'm going to send this cupcake to the future 3 hours from now. And hearing the words magic trick, they caught Drew's attention because he loves magic tricks. And he just stared like impressed. Liena turned around with a wave of her cloak and the cupcake vanished. But her cheeks are puffed and she takes out a marble from which her voice sounds saying "Ta-da!" And Heian is like, Liena, I don't want to ruin your magic trick, but can you open your mouth? And then she just gulps the muffin as if nothing happened. But anyways, good girl. But still, despite the magic trick not being believed, nobody believed her magic trick except for probably Drew. Drew probably believed it. Dual tried to sneak another cupcake in her plate.
Yeah, we did that, and I think we succeeded at pulling.
Yeah, well, actually, Mayan noticed you and judged Dual for giving her more sugar because Liena has sugar problems. She just keeps eating sugar. She has an addiction, even though she says she can stop whenever she wants.
She can't stop whenever she wants. She just needs another one.
Another one.
Afterwards.
Well, after this, Liena got a bit serious. She wanted to tell the rest something she couldn't say earlier. That this wasn't the first time she met Jibril. Before she started living with her siblings, with Heian and Mayan, she used to live with her mother, Chiai, until one day their laboratory was engulfed in flames and her mother died, and the burns that are all over her body are from that day. She remembers the last thing her mother told her before she died. Don't believe Jibril's words. I remember Mayo here was like, who would believe in that snake? But yeah, this is the reason she used silence while they were talking to him. So no one could just run off the mouth like Gashu did. And the rest, well, they reassured her saying that she did the good thing. And after that, some of the group went to sleep. And meanwhile, Drew stayed at the counter for a while by himself, and a bit later Sasha showed up because he wasn't able to sleep, and she sat beside Drew to talk about what Jibril said. And Sasha is sure that there has to be another way to, like, having to fuse with the primals probably isn't the best way. And Drew, he isn't looking very well. He truly feels that sacrificing himself is the only thing he can do. But Sasha did her best to give support, and she said, Drew, you're an incredible person, and if your head is constantly telling you otherwise, I will be there constantly reminding you that that's not true. Okay? And they promised that they would find another way in which they could all survive and be together. And well, Drew managed to cheer up a little bit. Meanwhile, at the terrace, oh yeah, I forgot there was a slide for this. Yeah, Sasha and Drew. And after that, Lena's giving food at the terrace. Lena was giving food to her homunculus friend, who now isn't wearing the dark cloak anymore. Like this. This is the homunculus true form. The little creature isn't wearing the. Yeah. Now it looks like miniature Lena. And right then, Drew opens the door to the terrace, and Lena introduces the homunculus to him, calling her Tomoyo. The homunculus is called Tomoyo, which means friend.
So cute.
Yeah, that's the most powerful member of the crew.
Tomoyo.
So while they're talking, Lena sees Turiel's faint shape materialize behind Drew, but she disappears right away. Lena asks if something happened. Drew seems a bit surprised to see her talk about Turiel and tells Lena that they had a little argument. Then, well, trying to change the topic, Lena says... she repeats the sequence that she said before the battle, like VN1, V3, 1, 7, 2008. She says that it's the page of her diary where she wrote what happened the day her mother died. Something had happened to her during the battle. She wanted Drew to read it at least. She says that Sasha told her that Jibril was the one who told them about the library, but we shouldn't trust what he says, because he's surely manipulating us through his words, saying only what he wants us to know. That no matter what the decision that we must take, we should pay. We should pay more attention to Turiel's feelings instead of Jibril's words. And also, she pointed at Drew with her finger, saying that you should know that her feelings are as important to me as yours, and if you make her cry, I will get angry. No, wait, goddesses don't cry, and Heian told me I shouldn't point at people with my finger, that I have a gun for that, but well, you know what I mean.
That was a nice one.
Yeah, that was a very nice one. Yo-hooo, bienvenido, hoy estamos contando aventuras de D&D. And so, after that, Lena went to rest a bit, and later at night she went with her siblings to start training their dances again. And when Lena was gonna start learning them, but Heian and Mayan would retake the dances once again. Yay! So, next morning, it's time for the forest. We're gonna go to the forest, and Mayan and Taine would stay on the ship, and of course Maximilian and Buff will be out for a week. So it's only like the actual characters who represent our players, just the 10 of us.
Yeah,
just that 10, you know.
Just Cirno only having to control one character. Wow.
I mean, and that's his fault. He keeps making OCs and making John the party, and now he has
Not
to control.
anymore.
Yeah. No, that, oh yeah, I wanted to mention this before, like in the battle against Alexander. But it was actually very funny that each of Alexander's forms only took us like one round of turns, because we were like just attacking, throwing everything we had.
Yeah, that's why I gave them like legendary actions to do stuff
Yeah.
between turns, because I know it was gonna happen.
And you know, every turn that she spent around, like in the barrier, like changing form, we were all just like, hold action something, hold action that, hold action that. And when she just showed up again, like removing the barrier, we would just shower Alexander with all of our attacks. Shower, yeah.
We are a big party.
Yeah, it's what happens when there's so many characters. And so, we went to the forest. We started looking for the place that we heard about in the books that Hey and Andrew found and that Sarin told Ruby, Sasha, and Liena. And thanks to Ibri's ranger orientation, we found an area with a magic illusory field. We were able to navigate it pretty well, but it was mostly like illusions that made the terrain seem different from what it actually was, like making pits appear where there shouldn't be, or making it seem like there's a path where there's no ground, and stuff like that. Normally, Drew would try to detect this kind of thing with his Eldritch Sight, because he can use detect magic for free. But he can do it now because he says that Suriel isn't feeling very well, but deep down it's because they had this argument and they haven't. He doesn't feel well enough to use Suriel's magic in a way, and also because he didn't have that ready, I think.
And also because he's a Dumbo.
Exactly. And well, thanks to Lena used detect magic instead, so with her help and Ibri's help, we managed to navigate the illusion area without much trouble. And after a while of walking around, Ibris noticed something. There were like various animal tracks on the ground, and from the shapes and state, they seemed to be recent. Then according to Ibris, they were like from 3 lizards, and Ibris was like, well, seems like there are only 3 lizards. And Dual was like, lizards? How much of a lizard are they? Like Mayan?
It's not my fault.
And Mayo just went and smacked Dual with a smoking pipe. It's what you deserve.
Somebody doesn't like the truth.
It's not the truth. You're just trash talking Mayan because you are jealous of how great she is.
There's one pictures of you're throwing me the balls, but I'm saying the truth. Like that picture of Jesus, like they hate him because he was telling the truth.
It's not the truth. Mayan is the best. Anyways, after discussing what to do, Ibris and Sasha went to investigate, and in the end, the 3 lizards, they tried to attack us, but they saw that we were too strong, so they just ran away. And we realized that we were in the entrance of a tower. Like the tower, we couldn't see it from far away, but when we were in the clearing in the forest, suddenly there was a statue. A tower. And at the entrance there were 11 statues. There was also a moat filled with shining water, like very shiny water, some weird water, and five. There were like 5 of the statues on each side, and then one of them on top of an inscription stone, like at the head of all the statues. And in the middle of this yard, there was a round, big well filled with dirty water. And we spent some time, like a small rest, trying to examine the statues. And there was some... They were on top of pillars with very old inscriptions. The remains were very damaged, but it seemed like they were written in astral language. So we spent some time trying to examine them, and we also realized that each statue was holding a different weapon. So, meanwhile, Ruby and Sasha went to look inside the well, and suddenly something started bubbling in the water. And bam! 3 heads came out of the murk of the water. It was a hydra with 3 heads, though. This is the typical Granblue hydra, but it has 5 heads. But
yeah,
hydra has
it's
3
kind of
heads.
like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. And also ours wasn't fire, ours was water hydra. So yeah. The hydra attacked us. It hurt Ruby quite a lot, but the rest we were like, oh no, we are under attack. So Mayu went and this was very, like, I don't know if anyone here knows about how hydras work in Dungeons and Dragons, but you need to attack them with fire because otherwise they regenerate. And
yeah, and the thing is that every like percentage of HP you deal, you got 1 head. The problem is that the more heads they have, more attacks have in 1 turn. So
yep.
5-headed Hydra has like 5 attacks per turn, and you got 1 head, and it can regenerate into 2. So you need to like be quick about it.
Yep.
It's actually a really fun monster.
Yeah, fortunately, I just went ahead and attacked it with Fireball. And well, in the end,
yeah, I think Heracles used fire too. Yeah.
Heracles. So, well, in the end, we were able to defeat the Hydra after this very sudden battle. I'm also really happy that for this battle you used music from Faraway Story. Thank you.
It was really nice.
Yes, I love that song so much. It's great. So, after that, since we had severed the Hydra's heads, Dual left 5 small containers under the severed necks so we could fill them with blood, and we got some Hydra blood to make dark essence. Yay! And we also Sasha pulled out some of the Hydra's scales, and also she froze the pond in case something else jumped dust from it. But right then, Liena decided it would be a good idea to step on top of the frozen pond, which started to break, and she was able to dodge the crack with a swift dance move and got out of the well in time. She decided to check out the water instead and realized that it was very murky and it was contaminated as hell with toxins. Yay! Hydra poop. And well, she noticed a faint shine at the bottom of it and sent Tomoyo underwater to pick it up. And the little fairy, the homunculus Tomoyo, she came out holding a magic silver line bow. And well, Sasha kept it. Now Sasha has this bow. And well, the rest, we spent some time recovering from the battle while Ryu, Heian, and Dual checked out the pillars' inscriptions. Every time they touched the inscriptions, the letters would light up. And basically, well, we decided to translate what was on each of the inscriptions. And each of them had like a name, these are the names of the 11 statues. I've got them all noted down here, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you the inscriptions because they are kinda. Each one of the statues had a different inscription, but putting it on the slide is probably way too much text. Like we say in Spanish, mucho texto. But well, the sage. Basically, well, I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you what this puzzle was like because
Yeah, the TLDR
tower-
version is better, I think.
yeah, the tower it didn't have a door. We realized that it didn't have a door, so there should have to be a way of opening a door in the tower. Come on, Yomi, you can do this. You can speak. There had to be a way of opening a door at the tower.
Sasha
So
looked at it and said, this reminds me of a puzzle.
this reminds me of a puzzle. So basically, we had to touch the inscriptions in a certain order. There was a specific order to unlock the door. So for that, we would have to read the inscriptions on each statue. And these are the inscriptions. I'm gonna read them in order. They're actually in order here. So, the sage, the one who brings the forbidden knowledge, tempter of the dwellers of the sky. Without any consideration for others, the souls of the sky dwellers are no more than pawns. He was the first. Give me a second. Okay, no need. So, second one was the merciful one. Observing the tragedy of the musician and the reaper, he decided to sacrifice himself when his child was about to be chosen. The sin still weighs on his shoulders for all of his mistakes. The sins weigh on everyone. Those who would like to free themselves from them will have to break through his storm. The third one was the reaper, the one who will bring death and open the doors to the netherworld in her castle. When the first two children were sacrificed, she was the third to offer herself for the project. The fourth one was the musician. His music announces the end of the worlds, but first, the doors of the netherworld must be opened. He decided to sacrifice himself after the Reaper, since they were united by a powerful bond of love. And the fifth one was the liar. Once the first order was covered, she was the first of the second order. Her lies still cover the skies, perhaps due to envy, or maybe to protect her emotions. The next was the Furious One. The Furious One needed power to destroy the Devourer, sacrificing himself to acquire it. His fury dyes the skies in blood wherever he treads, never stopping on his search for power. Next is the Stabber. His ambition had no limits. After seeing how the Furious One had won his power, he decided to join the cause to keep the infinite power the sage had promised them. The next was the Devourer. The Devourer came after the liar, seeking power to satiate his hunger. Insatiable, he eats the islands of the sky. And next was the Daughter. After the sage, they created the first of the second order. In the eyes of many, the pride of the astrals. In her father's eyes, his greatest sin. Oh yeah, they are not in order, but anyways. Next, they are mostly in order though, I think. But still, next was the Lover. She was chosen for her beauty after the Stabber recommended her. Her eternal charms are always remembered by every creature who gazes upon her. And the last one was the Slumbering One, the last of the second order. Once he wakes from his slumber, the skies will know his wrath. So yeah, we touched the inscriptions in order, and suddenly a door appeared on the tower, followed by a bridge over the water. And the door opened, and after that, it was time to enter the tower. Ta-ta-chan! all of us, we entered the tower, and inside it was just a big room. It was a big empty room. But right then, we heard a voice. And the voice said, "If you want to continue, you must find out which are your curses."
I
Instantly-
very hate this place.
Instantly,
It
we
was
got
fun.
cursed. We got cursed. All of a sudden. And I'm gonna have to open
We all got cursed.
Let me find the file, because this summary isn't finished. Let's see if I can find it. Summary 11. No, it's not this one. It's summary 12. God, summary number 12. Send help. There's so many.
I remember most courses.
Yeah, actually,
I don't.
you were the one. Thanks to you, I could note all of them down, because you made the summary to inform people who were missing that session.
You are very welcome.
Yay!
I don't remember almost any of them.
It's fine. I've got all of them here. So you see,
I'm doing mine now.
that's true. You are doing yours. So, we didn't know what kind of curses. Like, what do you mean? The strange voice in our heads. What curses? But once we started trying to figure it out, it became clear what kind of curses they were. They were speech related, and everyone's curse appeared to be different. Heian hadn't said anything since he had entered the room, so we asked him if his curse was that he couldn't talk, he couldn't speak, and he suddenly vanished. So yeah, Heian out, and I'm also gonna remove Gashu because he wasn't there that session. I think.
You can guess mine.
Yeah,
Oh no.
it's a bit difficult. It's a bit difficult, all yours. So, you kept referring to everyone with descriptions, indirectly. So Sasha quickly guessed that he couldn't say names. You couldn't say names. So Sasha guessed, and Drew vanished. Poof. And Dual guessed that Iris had to speak in passive sentences, kind of like Yoda. So yeah, Iris was speaking like Yoda. And after that, they realized that. Silvery wasn't here either. Oh, Silvery didn't have a
Yeah,
curse.
he wasn't.
That would have been fun. Seeing Silvery and Gashu try to figure out the curses as well. So, after that, they realized that Mayo kept having headaches every time somebody said yes or no, even if she did it. And Ruby and Dual guessed it at the same time, that every time somebody said yes or no, she felt pain. So Mayo also vanished. Ba-bam.
Pain, Yo-hooo.
Pain, Yo-hooo. So, and by then they had Sasha and Ruby had guessed Dual's curse as well.
I was talking more.
Yeah. Basically, they noticed that Dual could only speak in 4-word sentences. I remember Dual saying, "I am most beautiful."
English is difficult. Very.
Mhm.
So Dual vanished as well. And
No, I didn't vanish because
yeah.
Sasha
stay behind.
guessed mine but didn't say it because I was being useful.
Yep, you were all figuring out because if only one person without the curse didn't have their curse figured out, they would have to stay behind, and it was let's better guess the last ones at the same time. Hey, stop scratching boxes. So After that, they guessed that Liana had to speak in very complicated sentences and words. She just kept like going off the rails and talking about random stuff. So that was her curse. And at last, Ruby had to start her sentences in a very small voice and slowly raise the volume.
Which was really hard because she couldn't speak that
Yeah.
high because it was night. And then Sasha's ones is like she
Sasha.
laughed every time she said a word.
With the letter F. She had to laugh every time she said a word with the letter F. And well,
But Sasha's player is always laughing. Like
that's true. So after that, Sasha and Dual guessed their curses at the same time. So yes, they both did the bump of fists at the same time, and boom, they both vanished. Pa-pa! And after that, well, that comes later, right? I'm gonna just
I think so.
go back, and now everyone's reunited again. Yay! Whoa! No, I went too farther back. There we go. Bam! So yes, the group is now back together. Now we're in a room full of books. There are 4 windows, one in each cardinal point, but it doesn't feel like we are in Alexandria anymore. Like, with his eldritch sight, Drew notices the windows are covered in magic, similar to the window they saw in the ruins of Aeolas. And the view from them looks like just like Alexandria, but the city isn't there. The city of Alexandria is not there. And Drew casts dispel magic on it, and the illusion vanishes, showing that the landscape has completely changed from Dyla to an extensive dark night sky surrounding everything. And there appeared to be something that looked like crystals floating in the distance. And in the room there's also something else, a large portrait of a man, which also seems to be protected by magic. There's a nameplate with something written in Astral on it. There's a name, Solomon Ibn Gabirol, along with a date of 1,000 years ago. And
Yes.
Dual tried to take out his cooking tools to take a bit of a rest and prepare something to eat, but he realized that the fire wasn't working. And in general, fire appears to have like no effect in this place. Like, probably some kind of protection spell for the books. And meanwhile, the rest investigate the room. And all the books appear to be written in Astral. We are definitely in an Astral library. And among them, Maya notices a smaller book with no title. Can you stop scratching the table, please?
Wait, I hear you different now.
Sorry.
she's talking to her cat.
Yeah, still talking to my cat. Whoa. So
Also,
after that,
Cirno, I really like this dungeon.
It was
I
fun.
yeah,
I
it's
just
very
wanted to tell you I
nice.
really like this dungeon.
Hell yeah. So, Maya noticed a book with no title. And upon inspection, it appeared to be a diary, also written in Astral, but there was a note in its pages written in common language by someone else, because the writing was different. And it said this. Ta-da! Was a list that said the 10 Cliffords: duality, confusion of faith, concealment, revolt, devourers, patricides, burning bodies, failed creation, fugitives, and whisperers. So Mayo kept a diary, because that seemed like an important clue. And after a while of investigating, the rest uncovered the strange mirror. And on it, the reflected room looked slightly different. Like, some books are not in the same locations. And in one wall, there's a door that doesn't seem to be there. And it was a very simple puzzle. We just had to organize the books as they showed up in the reflection. And like that, the door appeared. and the door that we could see in the mirror. Cirno, are you playing Final Fantasy 14?
No. I'm just checking something. Sorry.
Give me a second.
No. I'm just checking something.
Well, let's use this moment to say that, that confusion of faith one is kind of interesting.
Yeah, it is. Who do you think that was?
I think it was Alexandria.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
It is Alexandria.
Teacher, I scored a 10 in the test. I know the lore. And also, there's another one that's already done to this point in the campaign.
It is? Which one?
Yeah, well, I mean, in the point we are now, but no in the point we explain it, I think.
Alright. Yeah.
So we have two for sure. Well, Jibril has two of these for sure.
Yes,
I'm back.
for sure. That you know about.
That I know about.
Ta-ta.
That you know about.
So,
There's some that you don't know, and
He will never have the duality one because the one and only dual is me.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you noticed that there is a high theme of duality in this campaign.
yeah, there's a lot of themes of duality. So,
That's the theme for this one.
But
Yep.
I'm the one and only dual in the campaign. You cannot take that from me.
Yes, I can.
No.
oh my god. So what? The thing is, we unlocked this door that finally showed up in our room. So we crossed the door, and once everyone had crossed, the door closed and disappeared, and we were in a corridor that led to 11 more statues. But they were in a circle this time, surrounding.
This, I think, is my favorite puzzle of all the.
Yeah, this one's very nice. Actually, we can let the chat guess the answer, because this one's a bit easier. It's more like I don't know how the riddle. It's like a riddle, yeah. So
Yeah, it is the real.
after everyone has there's 10 of the statues are like in a circle, and there's no, wait, actually no, the 11 statues are in a circle, and there's a 12th statue in the center, and there's an inscription in its body which says, "Bring me the greatest weapon, one that kings long to possess, that brings all warriors to ruin and ends all battles." And each of the other statues have a weapon in their hands, and at the foot of each statue there's the weapon's names. And those are the names. Ta-ta-tan! One is Tactics of the Mastermind, which is a blue tome with silver details in the cover, and 2 simple belts that keep the book closed. Kingslayer, which is a short sword decorated with a crystalline band in the center. Myriad of Lies, which is a wooden dagger with an iron tip. Death's Embrace, an iron scythe, and its blade's interior glows eerily, almost alluring. Wraps of Mercy, which are simple bandages, just by touching them, a slight electrical current can be felt. Lover, which is a golden sword whip. Each blade of the whip looks perfectly kept. Eternal Slumber, a metallic blue ring decorated with a small blue gem. The Peacemaker, a black rusted blade with olive branch engravings. Even though it's not sharpened, the blade looks deadly. Endbringer, a wooden harp with decorations in gold. The golden strings appear to be well worn. Endless Fury, which is a katana. It barely has any edge, and the blade is quite nicked. And lastly, Insatiable Emptiness, 2 gauntlets with 3 claws each, which look very dangerous. So, which do you think is the correct one? We can let the chat guess if they want.
Yeah. just this one they can guess. We
Ta-ta.
weren't even streaming this time, so
Yeah.
nobody has the answer but us.
Ta-ta. It's very easy though. It's quite
Yeah,
easy.
It's
It
a
is.
simple one.
It took you a bit though.
Yeah, I mean, we were just
Actually, I knew it
debating.
instantly.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, but I was talking so much and I didn't want to feel like a know-it-all, so I shut up.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, I also knew the answer, I think. But
But Ishbel, you're the one in the chat.
Exactly.
Is
Ta-ta.
there anybody else in the chat right now?
Yeah.
Come on, don't appear. I know you're watching us.
Is he though? Oh, hi.
From time to time, yeah.
Yay.
Yeah.
Can I
you
say
can
that?
say
Yeah,
Yeah,
you can say
go
it.
ahead. Go ahead and
Go
say
ahead.
it. Ta-ta. Dun, dun, dun. Dun,
Also,
dun.
Cirno, you put cool music, but while we were in this tower, I was just listening to Professor Layton over and over.
I think I put in here one from Mario
From Chrono
RPG.
Cross. It was Chrono Cross.
Yes, Chrono Cross.
Dead Sea. It was Dead Sea from Chrono Cross.
Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah,
Peacemaker,
the
yes.
Peacemaker indeed. That was it. The Peacemaker is the correct one. Because peace ends all wars, ends all battles, and brings all warriors to ruin. Indeed. So, after debating...
Also,
yes.
somebody wanted to take weapons from here, and it is not a good idea.
Oh, yeah. We almost somebody almost tried to take the book. And we were like, no, let's just better not do that. Let's not do that. And well,
Cirno, I cannot stop watching To Myriad of Lies.
Yeah? You know who has this one?
yeah, we know who has this one.
I was just
Wonder.
thinking in the song, but yeah.
What? No, it's not a reference to the song.
So, after debating about the answer for a bit, we came to a conclusion, and Sasha took the Peacemaker with her mage hand and placed it in the middle statue's hands. And as she did this, a new door appeared where the previous one was, and we just went ahead, and there was a small room with a door standing in the middle, like just the door with no wall behind it. There was just the door in the middle of the room, just standing there. And on top of it, there was an inscription in Astral. And Silverio asked, "What does it say up there?" And Dual said, "Whoever reads this is stupid." Classic.
The Pacemaker weapon? What weapon was it? Was it the sword?
It was a sword.
Yeah, it
it's
was a sword.
actually
Suriel's sword.
Suriel's
It's a
sword.
real sword.
Yep.
Oh.
Ta-ta.
The OG one.
Yeah.
The OG. I see.
Ta-ta. Mystery. So,
What Drew has is the first sword Suriel had.
Oh.
the Dark Passage. Yep. So, the other crew members who know Astral confirmed that it definitely doesn't say that. It doesn't say whoever reads is stupid. It actually says Door of Politeness. And Sasha is a bit confused, so she's like, can you open the door so we can proceed, please? Just saying that. And the door unlocks by itself. So yeah, Sasha unlocked the Door of Politeness. I know who unlocked every door. I remember. I noted it down just in case. So, and it led to another room with another door standing in the middle. Like this was just a chain of rooms like that, of riddles on top of the doors. But right then, when we crossed this door, we all heard the voice. There was a voice saying, "I like you, so I'm going to give you a little hint. And when we looked up to see where the voice was coming from, a paper note slowly fell down and it landed right in Lena's face. Well, we were looking up, so we saw that there was no ceiling, but the walls were extremely tall, and no one was there. There was no one up there. So, Dual took the note from Lena's face and read it to the rest, and it appeared to be a fragment of an astral researcher's diary, but there was something off about the way Dual read it, and everyone noticed that he was hiding something. And in the end,
come on! It's like if you're sketchy once, everybody will think you're always a sketch.
Yeah.
Yes.
Of
I
course.
just wanted to tell Drew in private.
Yeah.
I'm not referring to him.
There was the note, the actual note. Dual showed the note to everyone, and it said, "Who would have thought that man would send me assassins from my own laboratory? Jealous is bad, but worse were those morons. I had Suriel deal with them as a test. It didn't go bad at all, and although she resisted at first, she finished them off quickly. If this hadn't been a secret project, I would have discussed it with the council, but for now, I will just wait to see what they send." And we were all very surprised at the mention of Suriel. We were like, oh no. And there was definitely a connection between her and this place. And I was already like putting in connections between the statues and the angels, and I had the entire list.
And she made a map and, covered a wall of her house with theories.
Yes, I had the cork of theories.
The
And
cork.
after that, we knew that Suriel probably heard everything, but Drew still didn't dare communicate with her. So for now, we focused on continuing on. The next door, the door in the middle of this room, it was called the Door of the Protector, and determined, Drew walked up to it and opened it, just like nothing. Like the door opened to him, because he's been the protector for quite a while. The next door, it was called the Entertainer's Joke, the Entertainer's Door, and Dual tried to tell a very bad joke, but it didn't work.
Un caracol by the rapa es el mejor
Es
chiste.
el mejor chiste. Un caracol y de
not.
rapa.
Sí, es el mejor chiste. Un caracol y de rapa. ¿Por qué
Yeah.
de rapa, no?
I don't fucking know. It's a bad joke.
Porque
It's not a bad
turbo.
joke. It's a good joke. It's simple and effective.
Yeah, un caracol y de rapa, sí, no. It's like,
Yes, un caracol y de rapa. And so, since the Dual's little joke didn't work, Mayo took out her flute and played a little tune. And the door opened. Ta-ta! Yeah, there goes a snail and drifts. That would be the translation. A snail drifting, that's the joke. Most basic joke in Spanish. A snail drifting.
drifting in the 90s.
Dun, Anyways, the next door, it was labeled the Door of Dead Men Walking. Dual tried to offer summoning zombies, but he got an instant no, don't do that. And Sasha tried to walk like a zombie, but it seemed like it had no effect. And after a while of debating what should be done, Heian just went up to the door and opened it. And he said that he had died once in the past and had to be revived. And we were like, oh, I
my
wish we
God.
see. Yeah,
I could have opened at that door.
probably. Yeah, you would have probably opened
Yeah.
the door. And Sasha as well. Maybe Sasha could have opened it as well.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Ta-chan. And
This
so,
snail is doing the Tokyo drift.
amazing. So,
How can you laugh at this? This is so good.
It's so bad.
but can you imagine like the snail drifting? Can you imagine the snail drifting? Like,
And a snail drifted and 10 million of people died.
God damn it.
not like this. No.
That's a Zero Escape reference.
God damn it.
But Cirno, do you know about Dice 9?
You know about Dice 9
Oh,
and the
God.
morphogenetic fields. Anyways,
Not again.
the next door, it was called the door of the prisoner, and the only person who came to mind with that description is Turiel. So Ryu decided to try calling her, and she appeared looking kind of uncomfortable, but she was received by the warm smiles of the crew, welcoming her back, and she grabbed the handle and opened the door, and everyone thanked her. It was like, thanks Turiel, we love you. And she's just very touched, and she's like, well, I was about to leave, but I guess I will stay just a little bit longer.
So cute, baby.
Tsundere. And so we continued through the door, and we find ourselves in front of the door named Remembrance of the Dead. Some of the group who had lost people dear to them tried to open the door, but it didn't budge. So just to try, we stayed silent for 1 minute as a remembrance of the dead. And when the minute passed, the door unlocked. It worked. And the next door had the name Door of the Blind. And this dual offered to cast blind on someone, but before his idea got almost approved through the lack of a better evidence solution, Mayo just went and closed her eyes and opened the door with her eyes closed, and it worked.
Come
Hey,
on,
it worked.
Mario.
It was a simple one.
It worked. That's the important part. The next room was another room like the others. It was called Door of Shredded Blood. Drew knew right away what to do so the others wouldn't come to harm, so he went and made a small cut in his hand and opened the door with it. Because Drew is like that. And the door opened up a little bit, but the blood gathered, forming the shape of a person. And it was a copy of Drew made of blood, ready to attack the group. So, sudden battle against the Drew clone, which we called Brew.
Because it's blood Drew.
It's blood Drew,
It's-
so it's blood Drew,
it's
so
Brew.
it's Brew. But it's Brew with the emoji B, the red B. Brew.
Do.
We have to write it now.
Yes, do it. So, we started fighting the blood clone, but the blood clone wouldn't fight alone. In the middle of the battle, it summoned a creature from the other world, a giant, strange ape, and Turiel recognized it as one of her friends. With his name is Tommy. But he's under the clone's control, so he isn't in his right senses. But Turiel knew that was her friend Tommy. But anyways, after a while of this unexpected battle, we managed to defeat the Drew clone. And Gashu dealt the last blow to the clone with the spell Blight. I remember that he went and destroyed it. And also, this was actually very funny because I remember, Cirno, that you thought that we were gonna use the Hydra blood for this.
Yeah, maybe.
That
And
could
that-
have been really bad because
Yeah.
you cannot use fire in that dungeon.
Yep, we couldn't use fire, so oof, that would have been very bad.
I
It
mean,
could have.
there could have been chill touch. It's not the same, but something around the corners.
That's true. So, with the battle over and everyone safe, we proceeded to the last room. And unfortunately, it was not another room with a door, but another library with towering walls filled with thousands and thousands of books. They were protected with magic and mithril locks, although they all appeared to be astral books about laws. Let's put a pin on this because this was a lie. But anyways, aside from that, there's also a podium like those for speeches, and on the floor there's a magic circle. But anyways, Drew approached the podium, finding a book, an ornate box, and another written note on it. He took the note and read it to the rest. I remember Drew's player saying, you know, this is like when you're playing RPG and you just do all the things before going, like do all the side quests before going for the main quest, and then suddenly you get a hint for one of the side things in the main quest, which you already have. It's the same thing, because the note said, to those who may find this note, I have filled this abandoned library with puzzles and hints to find me. Take this box. It will be of use to keep the Sephiroth you find. If you want more information, by going to Aeolas you may find a special airship, a prototype airship I hid away in a hidden dock. Follow the dots in the map. It is now that I regret everything, and ask the Sky Dwellers for help to end it all. I hope, postscript, I hope you enjoyed these harmless traps and puzzles. As compensation, I give this grimoire in your hands. And postscript, that's the floor with the palm of your hands to go back to Alexandria. So yeah, basically this was a hint telling us, hey, there's a nice astral airship in this place, which is basically the first thing we did in the campaign.
Yeah. You know, this was left there by someone. So.
Yeah. And so, the grimoire
I want to
contains...
notice
What?
that this person said helpless, traps, and then there was blood drill almost killing somebody.
Yeah.
We had to return to this place way later, and we just brought a rat. And we used the rat to
The
do the
blood
blood
rat.
rat.
Yeah.
That's true. We use rat blood. So, the grimoire contains the spells Fabricate, Water Breathing, and Creation, and some nice spells. And also, Heian took the box and examined it, and there it has quite a ornate lid, like with 10 circles, and inside it appeared to be like a dimensional space, like a bag of holding. And Heian asked Silverio for the gem he got after the battle against Alexander, like the blue gem. And probably if the red gem Jibril had was a Qliphotht, this one is probably a Sephiroth. So if it's a Sephiroth, then this box is its place. They put the Sephiroth inside and it disappeared in the darkness. But yeah, let me change the slide. Ba-bam! And on the lid, one of the circles lights up. So yeah, we got one of the collectibles! Yay!
Yay! We're pretty behind in getting these collectibles. We should
Yeah.
start looking for them soon.
You wanna know how many of them we have? We have 2 collectibles, and we are like 2 years ahead of where we are telling now of the story. Oh my god. We really need to start getting some more of these.
You do?
Yeah. Because we don't know how ahead of us Jibril is with his evil collectibles. So after that, there wasn't much more to investigate, so we just took the box and all that, and Silverio took a random book as well. Yeah. Seeing nothing else of note, we just activated the magic circle and went back to Alexandria. Yeah. And where we appeared was actually a hidden, empty dock somewhere in the island. Like the one where we had found the ship and the Eye of Shinryu. So, we found the hidden dock of Alexandria! Yay!
Yay!
And well, still it had gotten quite late, so the group took a small rest, and while half of the group would stay at the dock, which would be Dual, Silverio, Heian, Sasha, and Ryu, the rest would go back to the city and bring the ship here, so we could get our upgrade. Yeah. And when this group, we went back to the city and met with Mayan and Tain at the Shinryu, and we pulled an all-nighter to bring the airship to the hidden dock. And after that, by morning, we arrived at the dock, and Lena started fiddling with the commands, but she didn't really know what they did. The commands for the upgrade, and she was like, "Isn't it this green button over here?" And Lena was like, "Leave me be, kid. I can do this." But she didn't. And when she tried to press something else, the crane started moving, hitting the room at the deck where Heian was sleeping, and it was like very like, no, okay, it's not this. So, in the end, Lena passed the green button and the upgrade started upgrading hardware.
Yay.
And nothing really changed from the outside, but we went inside the ship, and to our surprise, where Maya's room used to be, there was now the entrance to a new corridor with no less than 7 doors. And we have now a ship with a dimensional interior. Yay!
That's
Yes.
And well,
It is cool.
and Maya's room is now at the right side of this corridor. It changed place. So, with the ship upgraded, we returned to the main harbor in the city. And since some of us, we wanted a proper rest, because after the all-nighter, some of us were having fatigue. So, we decided to head for the nail. And as we were on the way to the nail, somebody suddenly hacked Ibris all of a sudden and suplexed him to the ground. We were like, what? And just about Ibris is about to blame Heian for suplexing him. He realizes that this person is actually a woman with a hood who looks quite a lot like himself, and it's actually Elena Papadopoulos, who is his mother. And this is like very sudden, like suddenly Ibris' mother is here. This was also another one of these circumstances in which we ended the session here, and we were like, what? A very other nice cliffhanger. So, surprised and very glad to see her there, Ibris quickly forgot the pain, and he introduced her to the crew, and Dual presented himself as Ibris' best friend. Bro. So, since we were it, we invited Elena to come with us. And we went to the nail with her, and we sat around in a table to chat and just chill for a bit. And well, Klaus came to bring us some drinks and all, and Elena stood up to help him give everyone the drinks. And for a moment, Mayo noticed Mayan's expression change a bit for some reason, but didn't give it much importance. But suddenly, Sarin showed up behind Dual. Boom! Hello, Sarin! Again, sudden Sarin. And after criticizing each other's outfit like they always do, Sarin told Dual to go outside for a moment. Like, he wanted to talk about something. And they went outside and just... Sarin told him that he had found some of the information he had been paid for. Like, some of the information Dual had asked him to find. And first of all, there had been some assassination attempts. Most of the remaining people from the houses had been killed. Derek Kenneth himself was found beheaded in his room. And, like, you know, the son of the Kenneth family, which we found unconscious in a wardrobe in his room, suddenly he was decapitated for some reason. And a group of nobles who had fled the island in a ship were also found dead, decapitated in Balts. The ship had been found there, and everyone was dead for some reason. And there have also been some unsuccessful assassinations on both Sarin himself. Somebody tried to kill Sarin, and also on Jerome, the Exagastian scientist Dual wanted to know more about, but he also escaped. Sarin managed to save him and bring him to Eden. So if Dual wants, he can go there personally and ask him whatever he wants. And then Sarin told him that you should be careful because you might become a target of assassinations too, just like that woman is trying to do right now. And Dual is like, wait, what? And of course Sarin is referring to Elena, who has just attempted to poison Dual's drink while helping Klaus serve them. Yay! And the detective tells Dual to act natural, to accidentally spill the drink, and Dual is like super shocked, like he thanks Sarin for the first time ever and mentally removes him from the beach list. The two of them return to the inn, and Sarin decides to join for a bit. He just came here to chill and observe like he always does. And like he said, Dual spills his own drink, and just when Elena is about to offer to bring a new one, Sarin approaches Klaus to do it himself, so Dual isn't poisoned again. And when Lena sees the liquid on the table, she quickly realizes that there's something strange in it. There's two types of poison, an immediate one, and which I don't remember the name, and the other one was Midnight Tears, which takes effect at midnight. And oh boy, very nice, right? You just meet your best friend's mother and she tries to kill you. That, yeah.
That set the tone of the things, you know. Sometimes your bro and your, you know, you really love your bro, but his mom doesn't really love you.
Yeah, it happens.
Is that common?
It just kind of happens, so you just have to embrace the bro and say it. And say, forget about your mom, I'm more important. And that's
Oh my god. So, Mia had realized as well. That's why she changed expression for a moment. And of course, Hayen knows as well now. And the three of them meet eyes awkwardly, silently deciding to just keep it secret for now and not ruin the mood. And the group welcomes the detective, at which he says that he's no longer a detective. He has just been proclaimed new governor of Alexandria by the Black Knight herself. So,
yes.
Detective Affairs.
He has sacred feelings.
Yay! Now he's politician. And anyways, now his detective affairs will have to go on hiatus for now. And along with Kendrick, he plans on reforming the island into an Alexandria free of the houses system. And well, the rest of the conversation was like very chill. Like we went to casual conversation and all that. We told some of our adventures without getting to the secret stuff. And it was a moment. There was a moment in which they mentioned Heian's passion for alcohol, which he denied because he hasn't taken a sip since Taine joined the group. And Sasha tried to offer him some alcohol, saying it was ethyl alcohol. And Taine took the bottle before Heian could ever refuse it and said, "I don't know what ethyl means, but I'm confiscating this." And well, after a while, well,
also gave us knowledge about the state of their relationship.
no, that was much later.
Wasn't it here?
No, it wasn't here. It was before we left. Yep. So, after a while, Sarin left, and Ivry stayed for a bit with his mother on the first floor to chat for a bit. And the rest, we went back to the rooms. Yeah, Ibris and Helena spent some time. And the rest, meanwhile, we went back to one of the rooms because Heian and Mayan would announce the news of our next mission. This time, the group would have to go on their own without Heian and Mayan, and as they would have some personal matters to attend to, which, as Mayan told Mayo, would be having to go to Starkey Island for personal reasons. But, well, our new first objective would be to get in contact with an informant who has been getting info on the status of Reichi Island, and get this informant to safety. According to what this person has found, there's, the fortress Mayan mentioned, in which people have been imprisoned, and it's possible that Mayu's family are among them. Now, these are news. That could be something important. It's just in case, something to check just in case. So, once everything is ready, the group would have to storm the fortress and rescue the prisoners with the help of a group of mercenaries that the Ousts have hired. So, but before this part of the mission comes, there's something else we're gonna have to do first. And the place of where the informant is hiding, this informant is in another island, an island called Inismona, which is located at the borders of Rem. And somewhere in this island is a village of druids who live under the protection of a primal beast, which is controlled by a guardian, controlled by the primal itself. But it appears that the current guardian has been rebelling against the village. So the head of the village, a man named Amergin Glumhill, he has asked for outside help. So in exchange for dealing with the guardian, the druids will allow us to investigate some astral ruins that are in sacred territory in the middle of the forest. So in advance for the following days, give me a second. That will be our next goal. Before we go storm the fortress, we go to Inismona to deal with the guardian of a primal beast. Yay! Yes. And in advance for the following days, Drew created some fake identities for the group. For those that would prefer to go incognito like Dual, and also Liena. And
the new an amazing identity is called Chris. And it's gonna be important.
Yeah. That's it.
It was also the good Buddha JoJo reference.
Exactly.
Is that a motherfucking JoJo reference?
It was. But the funny thing is that the second name, like Joan Johnson, that was generated with a name generator. Drew's player, he likes to make fake identities by using name generators, and we got Joan Johnson which we thought like, hey, wait, this is a JoJo name, and and Liana kept it. So after that, later in the afternoon, Elena leaves, and oh yeah, there was a very, spicy exchange.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she was walking away from the nail, and she made eye contact with Dual through a window for a moment, and Dual said
This is-
something without speaking, like just
Can I say it?
you
like
can
I
say it.
said
I was gonna tell you to say it because I'm not gonna say it. Like Dual just said something like trying to get her to read his lips. What
No,
did
I said,
what did you
I
say?
Read my lips, bitch. I'm gonna fuck your son.
Yeah, that's what he said. So
It sadly didn't happen, but it was a really good move.
yeah, it never happened, but Elena just laughed and left. She continued walking away. She found it funny. And well, the day ended without further accidents, so all that was left is to wait a week for Maximilian and Buff to return. And
Which they do.
yeah,
Still?
this wasn't a very family friendly moment, but yeah.
Was this at the point that Lian and I went to
Yep.
get Jerome?
Same, yeah, but I mean that's we did some things while waiting. Something still happened while we were waiting, so there's still some things to tell. The next day, Dual and Liana went to visit Jerome at the end. These guys, that's Chris and Jojo. So they found Victor looking way more tired than usual, now having to babysit both Strat and Jerome. Yay!
Good for you, Victor.
Good for you, Victor! Yay! So we went. The two of them, they went to speak with Jerome, and Dual didn't want to reveal his real identity. So he said that he was Dual's nephew, Chris, looking for his uncle, who mysteriously disappeared, and Jerome wasn't very open to talking, and remembering Dual only caused him to like badmouth him, like, oh yeah, my previous boss, whatever.
But well, a little bit of,
Yeah, Dual got really
convincing.
pissed. Dual got really pissed and said that it would be a shame if the Earth Empire were to find him. And it was a successful intimidation roll. And Jerome told them the names of two scientists that Dual recognized: a draft named Jenny Darling and a human named Jana Hemsworth. And after the explosion at the laboratory in Agastia, Jenny was injured, he lost an arm, and Jana went missing right afterwards. So
They were very suspicious.
very suspicious, yeah, highly sus. So satisfied with the information, Chris and Jojo left.
And we made a post. That's important.
Yeah, they made the post like they should as Jojo references. So yeah. And meanwhile, Mayo left the astral diary with Heian, and then left to visit the library with Meian. They went to investigate about magical infusions to start working on Mayo's magical perfumes. And Meian suggested stealing the books, and Mayo was like, no, let's just take notes about what we need. Like, you're stealing bad. And well, while chatting, Mayan also told her about like what happened while we were at the nail, like that woman tried to poison Dual. And also, Mayo took the opportunity to give Mayan the books she had bought for her, because Mayo had bought some mystery novels for Mayan. And by the next couple days, Mayan finished reading them. Yay! And oh yeah, this is the part that I don't have written in the summary. It's the part that I'm missing, but I still know what happened. one night, Sasha met with Ruby, and she showed her Haniel's wings. Like Sasha was sitting on the street, and she was like surrounded by two floating wings, and she showed them to Ruby, and she said that those are Haniel's wings. And after that, she spent some time with Dual as well. The three of them spent some time at the first floor of the nail, just chatting and chilling. And Sasha confessed something very important, and it's that she has a big crush on Ryu. That she didn't think about him like that at the beginning, but it slowly had grown in her, and she was like very conflicted, and she didn't know what to do. And Dual was like, okay, I will try to help you. I'm gonna try to find out what Ryu thinks about you. So yeah. So later,
and it begins the amazing love triangle.
Indeed, the amazing love triangle between Ryu, Sasha, and Liena.
Tell us, are you Team Sasha or Team Liena?
Team Sasha or Team Liena?
Come on, Cirno, say it.
Cirno.
Confess right here, right now. Are you Team Sasha or Team Liena?
I can confess I am neutral and partial.
Neutral and partial. True neutral, like Sasha at the beginning of the campaign, right?
I'm true neutral in this affair.
Oh, Isabel is Team Sasha. I have to say,
Team Sasha.
I started Team Sasha, but I drifted to Team Liena.
Well, didn't you go back to Team Sasha after a certain scene?
Still, I love Liena too much to betray her.
Poggers! Drew, what I want to tell you is that I think that you are poggers!
I want to destroy Liena's player with all my soul. I want to destroy him.
God, that was amazing.
I'm talking about you. I know you are watching us.
Yeah. Anyways, later that week, Dual called Ryu to his room. He had prepared some donuts with various flavors, and he tried to sneakily ask what he thought about Sasha, and it didn't come out very well, because it was like big insinuation, and Ryu was like, hey, saying things like that could be uncomfortable, please don't do that, and he left a bit angry, but then Dual just begged for him to come back, like, Ryu, please come back, Ryu.
Mental connection can be annoying.
Yeah.
And Dual can be super annoying. So Drew come back.
Yeah, Drew came back, and he found Dual sitting on the ground, like looking way more serious than before. And Dual had actually been worried about the attempts on his life. And he asked Drew about how he managed to live with the fears of being a wanted man. And Drew was like, well, it will be fine. Once we are back in Idelva, we are gonna be safer. And still, he admits that his own circumstances aren't as bad as Dual's, because, well, Drew only stole a book, and people want him because he stole a book. You know, a very important book. And Dual, well, he's a scientist from an empire that makes weird technology and has forbidden knowledge, so yeah, not the same thing. But well, before leaving they shared a donut, and it was very nice. And after that, for the rest of the week, Dual barely went out to avoid grabbing unnecessary attention. He made the dark essence using the blood of the Hydra, and Silverio learned to count up to 7.
Yeah.
Silverio learned to count up to 7. Yay! And well, the rest said they spent some time working on their own stuff. And on the 6th day of the week, the group of mercenaries for the mission they arrived, and to some of the group's surprise, it was Sakamoto's group. Yay!
Yeah.
Our friends. They're received by a. Yeah, our friends are back. They had been busy for the last day since they had to go to Baltz. Dual was reminded of something, and he asked in a small voice if the assassinations of the ship in Baltz were Sakamoto's doing. Sakamoto just looked at him with a glare that could freeze someone in the spot, and Dual was like, okay, I'm not gonna ask anything else. I'm gonna leave it there. Okay. But anyways, we reunited with them, our friends, our good friends, Sakamoto's group. And on the 7th day's morning, at last, Maximilian and Buff came back. Buff was welcomed by Cha-cha-chan, actually a heavy hug of her sister Alia, because Alia is also one of the androids that Maximilian saved. And she's one of the fairies, but she decided to live with Sakamoto's group. Yay!
Yeah. She's
Now
the
that
third
explains.
sister.
Yeah, she was the second. She was the second.
Yeah, she was the second. Mai was
Second
the third.
sister. Yeah. So she's also Mai's big sister. So yeah, since she met Nyx, she decided to go with Sakamoto's group. And yeah, after that, well, Maximilian and Buff, they look pretty fine. Like, they have Alexander's score now at the base of their necks, like on their chests. And there's another big difference, and it's that Buff can speak now. She's no longer mute, because Maximilian explains that in the last days, he has been busy transferring my soul from the ring. Now, my soul resides in Anubis, which is Mai's gun, which is now Buff's gun, and also now Mai acts as a filter for Buff, so she can give Buff's thoughts a voice and be able to like filter all the mean things she would be saying otherwise. And that's it. Yay!
Yes.
Basically, that's what happened. Some other
Alexandria complete.
Alexandria complete. There was some other things like decided to once we were all reunited with the group all together, we went to the ship to go back to Idelva with a teleport. And on the way to the ship, Akari and Lena started talking, and they became kind of friends. They started talking about stealing candy. They started stealing candy during the way back to Baltz because we had to go for the teleport. But yeah, they tried to like steal candy from the crew during all the trip back. Yes, and this was the start of the club of the sweets.
Yeah.
The sweets club. Yes, and they just really like sweets, so they bonded over that, and now they are friends. And oh yeah, before we left Alexandria, Sarin showed up to say goodbye, and he gave Dual information about Heian and Teine.
Not 18.
Yeah, let's not speak about that though. Anyways, yeah,
They are together.
They are together, basically, yeah. And yeah, it all ends with Lena and Akari stealing candy. There was this one time in which Sasha found out what they were doing, and she tried to help them become better at stealing. But she like Sasha also really likes candy. She bought a bunch of bags of candy for Haniel because Haniel also likes candy. She tried to like hide candy in in her pockets so they could like try to steal them without her noticing, but Akari just went and threatened her. She got extorted by this 9-year-old girl just so she could get the free candy, like easiest way. But yeah, that's it for Alexandria. Yay! That's all for today. So, conclusion: she built a snake, and we will beat him up one day. That's all for. Look at the final form.
Thank you.
Jibril on a string.
Jibril on a string.
Yay!
But he looks so pretty in that drawing too.
What were you gonna say, Cirno?
That's not his final form.
That's his final form. Look at him.
It is not.
Majestic.
It is not.
It is.
Mm-mm.
Real string. It's even our avatar on Twitter, the D&D avatar,
It's true.
and on Twitch. And you put that avatar.
I put it there. That's
You
true.
did. So
I
you gotta accept the consequences. That's now his final form.
It will not be. Ha! Fuck you. I
Jibril
got
on
the last
string.
word.
Jibril
I
on
got the
string.
last word.
Not if we can change that.
You
You
The
know-
DM never has the last word. The players
Yeah.
do.
The players have the last word.
You think you have
That is
power,
not
but you don't. So next time we return to Idelva and we finally have a vacation. Finally
Deserves
some
vacation.
rest. It was very nice, the next part, and also the next mission we going to Nyland to face some druids and to get lost in the forest. Yay!
Oh yes, druids and destruction.
Druids and destruction. So yeah, thank you all so much
Yeah.
for coming
Ah,
today.
thank
Druids
Really?
and destruction. Yeah, that could be the title for the next part. Druids and
that
destruction.
actually worked.
So yeah, that will be it for today. Thank you all so much. Thank you so much for coming. Hope you enjoyed it. And
Yeah.
we will see you next time.
And if you are interested and you speak Spanish, we stream tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow we'll continue with our sessions. God, the last two sessions have been very intense. We have had a bunch of battles. We are in a very interesting place now.
It is.
Yay! So yes, we will
Bye
get to that
bye.
at some point. So yeah, thank you all so much for coming.
Bye bye.
See you next time. Take care. Bye bye.